Whoa. So, dude, oh my god. Yo, dude, what's going on? Ads? They played, right? They played. The ads did play. They did. Oh, Yulin got the 125. Whoa! So there's actually 3 people who have the highest streak. Hala hala. Yulin with the 125 consecutive streams. Joe with the 120 consecutive streams. Look at these streakers in the chat. This guy right here has a streak. Look at this guy. What a doofus. There we go. Boom, we got Not My Own with the 125. And the only other person who has a 125 streak, as far as we're aware, because I only thought that it was Not My Own and Ty. But clearly I'm wrong. We got Yuland as well. So Ty is the only other person with a 125, as far as we know. I feel like such a fail-roo. Big rip, man. Yeah, I had no idea Yuland had that long of a streak. That's crazy. Ads played. I'm looking at it right now. Sup, guys? Welcome in. We'll be starting Lethal Company soon. I think I always open stream while I'm still walking. Not usually here this early. Damn, you're just ready, huh? You're ready for some more Lethal Company. Look at that. Yeah, I had to troubleshoot, and then I had to ask Chewy to check for me. The game was broken. I couldn't hit the escape button to pause the video game. So we both ended up troubleshooting. It took me all morning. It ruined my morning. I'm pissed. Well, actually had to end my walk early because power outage. Oh, rip. Rip the power outage. What's up, sure, Quan? The storage scrap thing broke it, didn't it? Yes. The ship inventory, as well as the cycling of the moons and planets, and their dependencies. So 4 mods had to be removed, unfortunately. We couldn't use ship inventory, and we couldn't use CYC. Those, they were either just not up to date, or those 4, even if I only disabled 2 of them, everything was still broken. So no cycling of the moons and no ship inventory. I found a replaceable thing for it, a replaceable storage, in quotes, replaceable. Yeah, the storage broke literally everything. I disabled every mod one by one, every dependency, and I'm like, come on, man. I can't even join because we have a house survey thing that I need to be upstairs. House survey? What house survey, man? Hello, Koyo Guide. The 5 guys of Zion say hey to you and the chat room. Check DMs for a photo. Yo, what's good, 5 guys? Burgers and fries? Who the hell is that? Dude, sick view. Bro, that's like the perfect spot to bleed out. You see that rock down there? That's the place. Now, if it was snowed, like just snowed all over, that would be it. Sick. Sup, guys? What's up, MX? Got 2 hours before heading to work, so it should work out for a little. It should work out for a little bit. It's nice to hop back on as well, but I need my shower first. Understandable. Yeah, get your shower in. You're moving in 10 days. Oh. Where the hell? Why? Where are you going? Why are you moving? Does that mean you're no longer going to be like in the basement? North Carolina. Wait, we're going to be so much closer to each other now. That's crazy. Why to Northern Carolina? Dude, you're going to see Fusion TSK. My parents have always wanted a mountain house and a beach house. They got a beach house. So they are selling this one for the North Carolina house. Oh, okay. Is it actually going to be so sick? I mean, it sounds awesome. I'm so happy. Yeah, you're even close. You're actually, unironically, you are closer to Juvie now. Well, will be. For next year's trip, dude, I'm down. Make it Canada. Make it somewhere like cold and not hot. I'm down. I'm down. Next year. I actually might be going to Canada this year. I was memeing with my family and we might actually go to Canada for like a week this year. That would be fun. Yeah, send me pics. Go to Canada in 3 weeks. You did mention that. You're going for like a show, right? Go for like a concert. Any specific place? My bucket list has always had the Great Lakes. So I want to go and see those. But also, just in general, we want to see Niagara Falls again, Toronto. I think my mom wants to go to Montreal. So we might go to Montreal. Those are the so far discussed places. Gotta head out. Yo, good luck, man. Are you wait, you guys well, you're leaving, but are you guys doing the big hike today? Is that today? Is today John River Day? The harder hikes today. Hell yeah. Yo, make that Fausto guy fall to the ground in exhaustion. Yes, take his water away. No, I'm just kidding. Have fun, man. Have fun. Yeah, enjoy the hike. That's cool. I'm jealous. I want to go on a hike. I mean, if I knew that I wouldn't have started working yet, I would have gone. Because I thought by now I would have been working for like 4 weeks. 5 weeks? 5 weeks. Oh yeah, the Narrows. Those looked cool. What's up, Wild Warhorse? If you go to Montreal, just make sure you don't call it that when you get there. They're very picky. Oh, call it Montreal. No, I won't. I won't even say the name. I'll be like, how do you like it here? I'm not French, alright? I don't have the pronunciation. The pronunciation. Canada. Dude, that's cool. North Carolina. Send the blueprints. Blueprints! How long has this been a work in progress? Oh, what? They're adding an entire basement garage and a 25 by 25 apartment above the garage. And I'll be above the garage once that's built. Damn. Oh, we would also want to go to Quebec. To non-French people, sometimes they won't even talk to you if you aren't speaking French. That's fine. Well, no, wait. Is that the whole province? I'm forgetting again. It is. Is it just a case of pronunciation, or is it like up in Northern Ireland where if you call it Londonderry instead of Derry, you're likely to get a modification to your car's ignition? Oh god. Very French oriented. Damn, Yulin, that looks dope. That's pretty hype. They should make a second basement and just like let me live there. I won't leave. I'll be just in the basement all the times.
Oh, hi.
I'll just be a remote cybersecurity worker. You can even like just remove all the windows and doors. Leave me like a little hatch so I can order food. Just gonna DoorDash all the time. Third pick is the plans for the garage apartment. Oh, damn, okay. Damn! Nice! Honestly, that's pretty sick. Living the life, huh? It'll be 6 to 8 months in the main house, but then yeah, then I get that. So where are you gonna do your streams? You gonna do it in like the bedroom, or what's the plan there? You gonna do it in the living room? Second floor to second pick. Ah, okay. Yone's in the back rooms? He is. He's in the back rooms, man. It's crazy. Very French oriented. Oh, man. Bonjour. Bonjour, dude. I guess I'm just Ontario land. I'm just gonna stay there. I want to see the Great Lakes. I think it's been on the bucket list for a long time. I'd like to see all the Great Lakes. It doesn't really matter what side, but some of them I hear are just better on the Canadian side, so. Opens my maps. It's really funny that, like, they're all kind of split. Obviously, I can't see Lake Michigan in Canada, because it's not in Canada, right? It's almost like, what do you call it? You know how Pokemon has the Great Lakes? Dude, what if I find, like, Azelf in Lake Ontario? What if Lake Erie has an Erie plush? Which of the lakes are the best? I wonder if that's a hot take. I'm sure there's actually one that has like a higher answer than, or like more answers towards that one than the others. But I wonder what the preference would be. Isn't like Lake Superior isn't that ideal to like enter or something? Yeah. Yeah, I think what the invasive mussel, I think that's Ontario doesn't have them. I might be wrong, but I think it might be Ontario. I mean, at the end of the day, they're all connected. It's kind of crazy. I'm just looking at all of them now. It'd be cool to see all the lakes. Would be pretty nice. I've seen Niagara Falls, and as a result, I've seen Lake Ontario, but that was so long ago that I don't really remember it. I just don't remember, man. It's just been that long, you know? Don't you know? I'm gonna get punched in Canada. It's not even gonna be by a Canadian. They're just gonna be offended for Canadians. How often do Canadians still like say eh? Or a? A? Do they even do that anymore? It's probably like 20 years ago. Just became a stereotype at this point. A part of history. We're starting like 9 minutes, 8 minutes-ish. Hopefully everyone got their mod packs going in. Looks like, yeah. I mean, yeah, we don't have CYC. I wanted CYC. I wanted the cycle of the planets because it was free and would have balanced out some other additions we added. We'll see. Hopefully everything's stable. I added one suit mod so people can have a little bit more like options in terms of suits. What game is we playing? We are playing Lethal Company. Some Davo. Yeah, you can late join, yeah. Just punch the survey lady and be like, "Hey, yeah, Lethal Company today. My brother from a black mother." Where'd you get that information from? What do you... No. Let him cook. I'm so curious. I need to know. I need to know. I just need to know. I'm so curious where this is gonna go. Yeah, we do have late join. We have more company, obviously. I added the bigger ship, thank the lords. Wide ship. Mostly just quality of life stuff. Some, like, things that'll help us not disconnect as often, I hope. Although we didn't really have a lot of issues last week, right? Or 2 weeks ago. As far as I remember, it was pretty stable. My throat. Why? Why must you do this? And then I added doorless storage. Completely pointless. My only issue was random disappearing loot. Well, I think that wasn't the loot disappearing. That was Malky having bigger ship mod enabled while nobody else did. So it like teleported the loot behind the ship. And because we didn't have it, it like fell or so. I don't know. But now we all are going to have wider ship mod. So. Where'd this Davo guy go? Is that it? Well, that was boring. He didn't even cook? He didn't even cook. Man, they lost the creativity these days, I gotta say. That utter feeling of emptiness and disappointment when they start but never follow up. You banned him with embarrassment. This sucks. I was just wondering what they could possibly do to escalate it. Because, like, you know, typically they just say a slur, and I'm like, oh, well, dude, hey, 2001 called, all right? They want their jokes back, you know? It's like the beat building up, and then you get the Sweet Caroline. You get the tugboat or whatever. Wob, wob, wob. Hold on, phone call. We're back. And we're back. We just said something real quick. Excellent. All right, we're starting soon, TM. Hopefully everything is stable. I really didn't add a lot of mods, but I added some customization in the sense of suits, so people, you know, had more options there. And I think that's it. That's really the only big, super big change. I added the bigger ship, but... Also, reminder, there are 4 mods that are disabled by default. If you want to enable them, you go check if they will benefit you or not. There's HD Lethal Company, there's no jump delay, there's toggle mute, and there's item slot number keys. That's where you can click 1, 2, 3, and 4 to choose the item in your inventory so you don't have to, you know, do the whole shebang. Don't got a scroll wheel. Because scroll wheel is cringe. Anyways, I'm gonna start booting up the game. Everything should be fine. I try to test as much as it. Oh, a Civ 7 update. Now, is it promising? Or is it what I think it is? Oh man, I haven't booted up Civ 7 since last year in September. What's the update? I'm looking. May 19th. We remade the game? Wait. By far the most requested addition, you'll be able to play as one Civ throughout an entire campaign when the Test of Time update goes live. While you still have the option to evolve your empire into a different civilization during age transitions, the ability to play as one Civ across the span of history is something many players hold dear as a core component of the Civ experience. When playing as these time-tested Civs, the new syncretism mechanic will allow you to create all new builds by adopting the unique units or infrastructure from another civilization that's currently in its apex age, or double down on what makes your Civ unique with affirmation. New victory system. Through a wider range of activities, victories have been completely reworked by to reward your dominance throughout an entire game. We've committed to make sure your win in Civ 7 is defined by your success by successfully making interesting choices and giving you as many paths as possible to pursue greatness. Triumphs. Completely replacing legacy paths and is the new Triumph system. Triumphs offer a wide range of optional challenging objectives to help each game feel unique, and are tied to each of the 6 attributes: military, cultural, scientific, economic, diplomatic, expansionist. Okay. Okay. New free leader coming out, new map type, upgraded map gen. The song's gotta relax. I'm just trying to look at Civ updates. You just keep the name and color. At least they're listening. In all honesty, at least they're somewhat listening, and they're just give us old Civ back, pretty much. Like, the updates were fine for the most part, but the age changes sucked. Where it just ends a war, and then you have to wait 10 turns to, like, re-proc that same war that got paused because of an age change. Tasty. Fruit bowl. Mmm. Oh. I should have started the game by now. My mistake. Sorry, I got distracted by the Civ stuff. Loud. I want that game to be good. What the? Whoa. Strange lighting.
Welcome to your first day on...
No. Our ship, it's back. It's huge. Oh my goodness. Thank the heavens. Yippee! I'm organizing everything first, and then I'm gonna open the lobby. Specifically just getting rid of all the stuff that we don't want. Okay.
Boss Company!
I don't understand why it's so loud in comparison to everything else. All the other alerts have, like, a generally good sound, and it's just so loud. Alright, let me change the category. Limbus Company. No, wrong game, guys. It's Lethal Company. Oh my goodness. Alright. Hold on. Wait, second story, full floor. Shouldn't it, I'm sorry, what is that? Infinite story ship. If you enable this, you're banned. I thought I disabled the inner walls, but they're still here. Whatever. Alright. Let's get it going. Let's get it going. Everybody start jumping in. I'm going online. Oh, the second story thing adds them. That's fair. Yo. Yo. Check out the suits. They're pretty crazy. Yeah. Why is it so blue in here?
Not blue for me.
It's not blue?
It looks seasonal.
It's blue.
I mean, I'm cool with it, but why is it blue?
No, I'm looking and it's different for me. It's much brighter.
Well, do you have HD enabled?
Yeah.
Oh. Huh.
It's blue for me. I have it enabled too.
Hey, man.
Hey man. What's up?
Is it blue for you?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Cool.
Is it not supposed to be?
I mean, I don't know. I guess if everyone else has a blue, it's fine. I did play 2, right? I think it's 2 that I played. Hey, welcome! Finish some work, do your thing.
Lethal Company time.
Lethal Company.
Yeah.
If I
No.
seem sluggish or out of it, it's because I woke up literally 37 minutes ago.
Good morning!
I just took my meds and I haven't had my coffee.
Hey, I got my coffee right next to me, and I'm gonna refill
Is
it.
it for you?
It's 37 minutes past noon.
Half past invisible.
No. Damn.
I was up late last night. I missed Yulin's entire stream apparently.
Damn.
Dude, your shriek!
Oh, your stream was short.
Well, no, I still had his stream open, but because I slept in,
Yeah.
his
Very
power
short,
went
you
out
didn't stream.
apparently.
Oh, I thought you had to leave for the survey thing. I didn't even know what you were doing
That was yesterday?
today.
Or rather, today, yeah.
Hi, Rose.
I'm just an hour awake. It's 6 p.m. for me. It's prime degeneracy.
I just realized I didn't get because it completely overwrote the thing. I don't have the what's the mod again that enables you to do 1, 2, 3, 4?
It is on the list. It's called item slot num keys.
Platinum keys.
Yeah. It's one of the
Is
first,
that
like,
one?
10.
Ah, okay. I will be right back then.
Yep, do your thing.
Okay.
Soggy! Hello! Welcome!
Welcome.
Soggy! This isn't out all the suits I wanted it to, but whatever. Whatever.
Whatever.
Whatever, man. Whatever, man.
I mean, I saw you today a lot.
You saw me today a lot.
Yeah. You know, I've kept playing Assassin's Creed, so you're there a lot.
I see, I see. Did you see, like, all the stuff they're planning for Black Flag?
Yeah, it's actually, those are pretty good changes.
Yeah. I looked at that whole list and I'm like, wow, this is
Yeah.
impressive. They even, like, re-added the stealth system, like, proper.
Yeah, that's pretty nice. I like not going to lie, it almost tempts me, but
I am very
I'm trying to go
tempted.
down.
Yeah. The
If
whole
it's
thing
not
is
70 euros, I might think about it.
yeah, that's the exactly. I have to wait for the price.
Then I'm not going to give 70 euros to Ubisoft, man.
No, I'm good. I'm good on that.
I already gave them 15 euros this month.
I'm
I
already
bought
holding a
the-
grudge against them. With this month.
Yeah, I bought the Ezio story for the Switch.
Oh, okay.
That's why I'm playing it. I have
see.
it like I got it for the Switch too.
I see. I see.
No, I'm close to the end.
Well,
I'm close to get
So you're
Altair
okay, wait.
ammo.
I won't like fully tolerate, you know, Ubisoft until they remake the
Welcome back.
the original Assassin's Creed games. 1, 2, Brotherhood, Revelations.
Yeah. Well, I feel like they will, but I mean, they're starting off with Black Flag. I mean, I think Black Flag was the most popular one ever.
That is
maybe?
probably why. Yeah, it is the most popular still.
And they are bleeding for money right now. They're not doing so hot, so maybe. I mean, the Assassin's Creed 1, 2, very popular as well.
I think they might
Black Flag.
just remove Desmond. I have a feeling that if they made a remake, they would just like remove Desmond from the entire
I won't
series.
guess then. What is the problem with Desmond, man?
Nothing. They've been more like, you know, forget about the outer world. Just be an assassin. Like they don't really do that much in the new ones.
Yeah, because I can't have a Desmond, man.
Yeah,
like,
'cause-
who can relate to any character like Sean and Rebecca? What?
I mean, you don't even play as them. You have your own character, and
Yeah, but at least the character
first
that you
person.
interact was there. I
Yeah,
know in
yeah.
Black Flag, at least they were there, like in the Abstergo lobby or wherever you were.
yeah.
And
I
after
like
that, I don't
Desmond.
even know anything about outside world. Like in
Luigi.
Unity, I don't remember the outside world at all. Was there an outside world?
Which one's the one in England?
England is Syndicate.
Okay, that one had like an intro sequence where you were in the outer world for like
That-
maybe like a
Like,
4-minute
Luigi's just
cutscene, and
peeking
then
over the
that's it.
glasses.
and then it was just like,
That's because you don't even move yourself. No, I see.
and then you just enter England, London.
I see. I think in 4 you start off like walking into the lobby of Abstergo, and then there's Sean or Rebecca or something at the counter, whatever.
I think I still liked Assassin's Creed 3 just because the combat was pretty fun, but it wasn't
Nah.
it wasn't my Assassin's Creed anymore. There was no
3
stealth.
was the first one I didn't like the gameplay because the guns don't belong in my Assassin's Creed. At least not
Yeah.
in that. Like the ones in like Brotherhood and stuff are fine, or even Revelations. It's not.
Yeah,
like,
but those were like,
it's
like
not like
pills or
line
something.
infantry.
oh yeah, oh right. I was like, isn't that like they get infected or something? No, it's different. It's different. I remember, yeah. And I didn't use that gun. I didn't use it because I was like, I like stealth.
Oh, you get a gun yourself? I didn't even get that far. Oh, you mean in you two?
In Brotherhood.
And Brotherhood. I mean, why use the gun when you have the crossbow?
Oh, that too, yeah. I didn't even use the crossbow though.
Also one shot. What? No, it's very like it one shots and it's great.
It's great, but I just like using the hidden blade. That was just my thing. I was just, you know,
Well, you know, I mean, I'm trying to be efficient.
understandable, yeah.
I
Fair.
mean, once you have them, most of the time I just use like the assassin backup, like the arrow shower, the arrow rain.
the arrow
You
rain.
call it
Oh my
English?
god. Yeah,
That's so OP, man.
I do remember that one.
That was good.
Yeah, I forgot to add one mod, but it hasn't been updated since 2024, and I feel like it would have caused some problems. But the one where you can leave the ship, what is it, like Celestial Tint? I didn't add that one.
Wait, I'd never even redeemed my redeem, I think.
Oh, hello.
Dude,
Hello.
you almost missed the plushie. Hello, welcome.
Sup.
Damn.
Hello.
So fast, so thingy.
We will start very soon, very soon.
Very
No
soon.
rush.
Some people will be joining a little bit later, but that's fine. We got the late join.
Yeah, it should be fine, yeah.
Hey man, would you kill me if I got the ship door?
Yes.
If you got the what? Wait, if you got the what?
The ship door mod.
Oh, the one where you can leave? Yes, because if it bugs out the loot again, then you're banned forever. You're banned
I honestly
forever.
think that was just because of Malky.
Well, that's because he had the bigger ship. and we didn't. So it like spawned all of the loot outside the ship, and then because we
my
didn't have
God.
it, when we reloaded the game, all of the loot that was outside the ship fell.
And Mikey, oh,
So we
Really?
lost all of it. Yeah, that's exactly why we had to do the restart.
holy sh! I mean, I know we had to. I mean, I know it did spawn, but I didn't know why.
Oh,
And
yeah,
that's
yeah.
The reason.
Yeah. I was like, God damn it,
Damn.
man. And it only made
damn.
sense after
Always
the
a
fact.
third floor.
Technically no,
yeah.
but I have it on by default myself.
I mean, we had it on the last times we played with mods. Like, I mean, not last week, but
Well,
last time before we stopped.
they updated it, and now you can have infinite floors. But I'm not doing that. We're not doing infinite floors.
We're not even mad
Don't
to
you-
begin with.
Yeah, let's not fly around in a skyscraper.
Ship already looks stupid enough from the outside.
Yeah, it's too tall, man.
It looks
Whoa.
like it looks so.
Dude, that
it's
almost
so
sounded
silly,
like
man.
jump, jump, jump around, jump. You know the song?
No.
Oh no. You know what I mean, right? Yeah. Play it again. Play it again. It sounds like it a little bit. Like the intro.
What the fuck is I
it's missing-
about?
No,
Are
you don't.
on
You, the song. Jump, jump, jump around.
What song?
Jump around by House of
Chicken
Pain.
scream.
Yeah.
I know that song, but I can't.
House of Pain. You have to listen to the intro. I can't play it. Yeah, you guys heard it, right? Yeah, exactly.
I will look it up on YouTube. Hold on.
Did y'all hear about that one guy retiring after 20 years? I can't remember his name.
That
In
one
what
guy.
context? Yeah, that one guy. Yeah.
Somebody is retiring from content creation after
Oh
20
yeah.
years.
Yes.
Oh.
Was it? Was it Chilled Chaos or something? Right?
Yep.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's right when YouTube started.
Yeah, that's an OG. I didn't watch him
I
that
can
much,
kinda
but
hear
I.
it. I can kinda hear
Right.
it.
Right. Right.
A little bit. A little bit.
Soggy?
Still a little nuts, but I can kinda hear it.
No, not
Hello.
nuts. People are agreeing.
Not me.
A little nuts.
Jim from accounting is retiring after 20 years. Oh God, not Jim.
Who?
Jim from accounting.
Jim Carrey.
No.
He's old man. He has to
No.
retire.
No.
He did
Look
a
at him,
catwalk.
man. Did
No.
you see him in as Eggman?
He did a catwalk.
In what?
Eggman. As Eggman.
He did great. He carried that whole movie.
He did great, but
Send me that video of that song he's talking
You're
about.
old too.
I am. I'm about to retire.
Yeah. Sorry, this doesn't work. It's not Phasmophobia.
Retiring from from ghost hunting.
That update was crazy.
It is
Have you
busy.
seen the fucking Steam controller sold out in like half of an hour after?
Yeah, that thing,
went
it was
live?
sold out so fast. They're actually trying to
I was so
restock it.
lucky.
You got it?
Yeah, I got it just in time, like 5 minutes
Hell
before
yeah.
they went out of stock. Jesus
awesome.
Christ.
What? Which one?
The Steam controller, the new one.
Oh.
It sold out so fast. I didn't even get the page open in time.
Like, at first I was considering like, oh, it's not gonna go out of stock. I can just wait like half an hour. But no, I was like persistent. It had to be done, and thankfully it paid out. Like it paid off.
Yeah.
Can we buy a
That's sick.
shovel?
Yeah, we're gonna buy shovel and 2 flashlight.
Alright, Aiko, I can hear it now.
See? See? I'm telling you, man.
And
See?
I believe the fucking keyboard spam should be a little bit easier now. Hold on. Maybe.
I bought the things.
Hell yeah. Let's go. We're gonna land.
Is it just original or?
What? The song?
Fruit bowl.
No.
Yeah, House of Pain original. Oh, we're landing, ladies and gents. Let's get.
Should we do it again?
Do what? Oh yeah, make the sound, Chewy. Wrong one. See, I'm telling you.
Okay, I see,
Take a
I see.
picture.
That's how it works.
Jump around. Wow, we already landed.
Not for me.
Oh, it still says entering the atmosphere.
No.
Yeah, I'm not a lander, man.
Wowee!
Wowee.
Look at the mud puddles.
Great, it's soggy.
Whoa.
What did I do?
Random. Oh.
I forgot
You're
that
on
was
the
your
ground.
name. Never mind.
Oh my god.
What did I do? You sound so disappointed in my existence.
Oh no.
Oh, great, it's soggy. What did I do?
That
Where does
one.
the thing land?
I don't
Where
remember.
does the thing land?
Was it behind? I think it was back here, right?
I will stare at the air. Oh wait, I see like little droplets on my face.
Oh.
When I
Whoa.
look up. You see it too?
Immersive. Yeah.
Wow.
Oh.
Oh, here. Oh, it's closed. I like that. Oh. Wow.
Well.
How are you doing, Michael?
Doing pretty good. Ah.
I don't trust walking over this bridge. Ooh. Michael?
Hello.
You're alive. Oh, do you want me to smack that off you?
Yes, please. Destroy the child. Thanks.
You okay?
Ow.
I'm gonna go fire exit.
That's a good idea. Oh god. He could stay. It's fine.
Okay.
I named him Carlos.
Carlos?
Oh.
Nice name.
Oh.
Oh, that's two of them.
Thank you.
Sorry. Sorry,
Carlos.
I'm sorry.
Oh.
We're done, and then like, I'll go the
Oh, so we're fucked.
Whoa, what
There's a
happened?
cadaver plant right there too. Fire escape is locked and there's a cadaver plant.
Oh.
And the main entrance has like the mud puddles.
What's up,
so-
WinXP? Oh, we're cooked.
Basically, yeah.
Try the other side.
Beans?
I'm going in, guys.
You can probably
Beast?
get
What's
inside
happening?
before you die.
Does
but-
We
anyone
can't
need help?
enter the fire escape. Oh
You're not
god.
gonna be able to get
Fire
out.
escape is
I'm going to
locked.
fire
It has
exit.
a,
Goodbye.
it's locked and there's a cadaver.
It's locked.
It's
Maybe she got this.
Maybe.
I have to install that one mod that lets me open doors with a shovel.
Yeah, I was thinking about that too.
separate
I was gonna install it, but then I didn't know if it was gonna like break something if I did, so I didn't do it. I only got the bonk one, which makes the shovel have a
Kitten
bonk noise
cuddles.
when you smash it.
Nice.
Thank you, nothing
Nice.
This is like that one case where I wish I had that mod.
Hello?
Yeah. It's like it's locked over here.
It's locked upstairs too. Is it just locked everywhere?
Harvey?
Fuck is this?
Yeah.
Sorry, pardon my language. Look at this nothing. This place sucks.
This is so cheeks.
This place literally sucks. So we can't go anywhere. So we have to go through the puddle way.
We gotta luck out and just find a key.
But the
And then
question is, can you escape?
Find the
like,
fire
once you
escape, I
exit?
guess.
That's a good question. That's
think
what
we'll
I was
just die.
considering.
Not allowed to go through the main entrance when we go inside, but we can still go inside.
I
Well,
think you will just die if you exit them.
I'm so confused.
Hey man.
hey man.
Hey, look, the locked door. Good sign.
Oh, great.
Good.
Good start, man. I mean, we just need to find a key. Okay, I found a key. And now we gotta find the fire exit. He has a key!
Oh, here's the stairs.
I feel
Hello?
like the game is much darker than.
Hello? I have a key.
I also have a key.
Ah, very good. Oh, hi.
Hello.
Hello.
We gotta find the fire exit.
Yeah. I think I hear people like over here earlier. Name, are you alive? Hello, Louis.
Jump around.
Ah, there's an egg beater here.
Okay, I'm full.
Me too. Oh, that's nice.
There's a plant under the back.
Inside. Don't
Yo, you got it!
No.
What?
He opened the door to the plant.
Oh,
With a
that's
key.
okay. Look, we got a shopping cart. Let's go.
Let me
Oh,
put my lid in. Oh fuck.
Oh fuck.
Oh fuck.
oh god. Oh god. Oh god.
Oh god. Oh god. I'm sorry. I'm doomed us.
Why? How did it spread so
Doomed.
fast?
I don't know.
I don't know where it came from.
Wait, here's the. Oh.
We're so dead. My oxygen tank.
This isn't good.
It's cooked.
This is not the way we came from.
This way. This way. Hello? Oh god, it's spreading so fast. Hello? Chewie? I think I'm dead.
What's happening?
I have a fire, I can hit it off you.
Chewie,
What's happening?
I'm gonna die. Hello?
Clear.
Hello?
But I can hit it off you.
Help! Help!
I'm coming.
Oh god, it's like that one Stephen King novel.
Are you?
I don't know.
I don't know where the fuck you guys are.
Oh, you're on the other side of this door.
Am I good?
I don't see any plants on you, so I think you're good. Isn't the way
Is
out?
this from where we came? Yeah.
Yes. This is the way out.
What the fuck,
There's somebody behind there.
My lungs are filled
there he
with
is.
plants.
I'm lost. I think I better grab this.
Oh, the way.
Speedrun strat.
Okay, get your stamina full before you go out.
I don't know if I can make it with this car.
We need to find the fire, because there's no way.
I'm going to try. If I don't come back in, I'm dead, okay?
Well, just turn around if you...
If I scan you, it says cadaver.
Oh. Yeah, I'm probably
It
dead.
does. What the fuck?
I'm probably dead. Yeah. It was bound to happen. What's up, Juice of Sour?
See you on the other side.
I'm not going in there. I mean, I'm probably dead anyway, but...
Wait, well, you didn't come back, so I don't think that worked.
Wait, you're right.
Who's
Oh,
that?
It's me. I'm still
Did you make
my
it?
back for plants.
oh, I'm dead. Oh, I'm dead.
Jump immediately.
That's crazy.
Oh my god. Oh my god, why didn't I just jump in the puddle? I didn't think about that.
Jump immediately when you go outside and go forward. You can get out.
I was ready, man. I was 40 kilograms and
I'm so sorry. I should have just drowned myself. I don't know
God
why I
damn
didn't
it.
just jump into the puddle. I probably should have just done that. But there's no way out though.
Hey, sorry you rescued the cat. Sorry you got the cat, not my own.
Oh hell yeah.
I saved the cart though.
Chewy.
Sorry.
Hey, good try, man. Good try.
Good try, man.
It didn't register in my head that it would probably have been smarter to just drown myself so that the plant didn't kill everybody.
Yeah, that's totally why I drowned myself.
Right.
But,
Did everything just fall out of there?
yeah.
I think everything just fell out.
Alright. Yes, I need something.
Oh, I forgot
The
the...
downside of the shopping cart is there's like a random chance for it to fall out.
I don't think so actually. I think it was just... There's a button that makes it happen. Oh, or maybe it does just fall out.
Nick, I need help.
Hold on.
They're grabbing the items.
See.
Okay.
They were in a shopping cart, but I can't run with the shopping cart.
Oh, you can't run with
They're running
it.
after me. Grab the items.
Chasing after you.
I don't know.
So, yeah.
We need to grab the items. Their items
It's a
don't know.
snowblade.
Close to tears.
Sounds like
What
a
are you?
Yeah, I saw like the people
Oh, your
disappear
friends
under
are
the
dead.
camera feed.
They're
True.
trying to get out and
Do
then
they
they
know
just
it
keep.
In this situation, I'd be more annoyed.
Should I re-add the poltergeist mod?
Surprised it even fits.
It's updated.
Because I can't run
what
it.
was the product
Unless we
again?
just grab the
It's just
extra
the
card.
free
The card
spectate.
has like
If it can
the
even
card
do
has
that.
value.
I added
I
it.
don't think it does. Just
Oh, it's late.
yeah, just gotta not
I have
forget
3 keys though.
Did some money
Oh,
today,
it's just a
so
key
I was
money,
gonna
maybe
play,
you
but
drop
can't
it
now.
and say
Hey, all
you
good,
like
man.
Random
Came out with the
chances.
keys sooner if they were able to.
God, how's the
recommend it.
volume, guys? Is it good? Because I can't even
Maybe
hear myself
once we
think.
can scare it. Okay,
but yeah, like I've seen the people disappear on the camera feed.
dude, I heard it happen. It was scary as fuck. Fuck off!
Oh, right behind you too.
Paperwork. There might be paperwork.
I'm doing this because I'm scared.
Oh, he's still in there.
Aiko's alive.
No, Aiko's not alive.
Aiko is
I
not
had a way to
alive.
communicate.
Good on phone.
Top is Aiko.
Looks, yeah, it's a cadaver
That's
plant in there.
real.
That's like that's the way to the exit.
So you can guide somebody that's on the camera.
Yep.
To be like, go this way, go
Yeah.
that. That's so good.
Yeah, that's
I like that. It's good.
that's low key like the
I don't know
neatest.
if you noticed, like there's also a
Uh,
compass at the bottom
Whichever
of the floor.
update added that,
Yeah.
there's a guide
yeah,
line
yeah.
that you can guide
Yeah.
a person.
Just need someone with walkie-talkie.
Oh yeah, yeah. I
Yeah.
can see it
Both
like.
sides.
Yeah.
I mean, I bought him last time, but no one wanted it. The walkie-talkie.
The thing.
I mean, I don't take the walkie-talkie because I always die.
That is
It's just
fair.
a waste of money.
And even then, if he somehow manages to escape, he's gonna die from the cadaver plant person.
That might be a little
Someone
louder.
who-
Like, goes in
Unless he
late.
showers, but it doesn't
and
matter. We
gets
don't
lost
have a
needs
shower.
it.
From what I saw,
I found my way out anyway.
if you go unconscious in some way, that's when it like.
I mean,
I don't know if that means having zero energy
died.
as well, but like,
I became a giant evil plant.
so if there's something like that
Yep.
that makes you like burst out of your. Oh. Bye,
No, but
Aiko.
no, haven't like really gotten to experiment with the plant.
What happened to Chewy?
Here's mom. Use the weed killer like as soon as it spawns in, pretty much. You have to do it, otherwise it
I
just
don't think
spreads
he
too
could have gotten
fast.
back
Yeah.
out.
It might
he
be
could have
work,
still.
or like be tweaked a little bit.
Yeah, most likely.
Whoa.
Wait, said
Hello.
Chewie lived. What?
Whoa.
He'll be back.
Koyo was
Hello.
in fact a plant.
I did, in fact, become a plant. That did happen. I probably should have just drowned myself in the mud.
Oh,
Probably would have made more
monster.
sense. Huge! I made the shopping cart worthless.
Huge.
So you know, selling it makes no sense, but it's nice for storage.
Okay, I need to use you as a mirror.
Yeah, alright. Yeah, yeah, good stuff, man.
No, you don't have to tell me. I just want to look at myself.
Adamant is foggy. Do we want foggy?
I mean, it's not that bad.
Up to you guys. My HC lethal company kind of
Fun
breaks
with
the...
modifiers.
I'd rather not
Well,
foggy, to be
when did
honest.
That's totally fine.
Oh yeah, I have a remote on me.
It's like,
Soggy
you know,
doesn't like foggy.
yeah, they're trying to like steal your name, but then they replace it with an F.
Yeah.
Stealing my brand over here. Kind of lazy doing it with just an F.
Hey, you
Fuck
playing
you
here or
cereal
no?
even be
Eh?
like?
What's going?
What?
Some
I'm
tie?
missed in a bowl, I don't know.
Get in here.
It's like the
Yes!
yes. blinds you for a day.
Okay, we're waiting up on a couple
Suspicious
people.
too.
We're gonna get juice
Yeah.
sour. Maybe this radiant lady.
Breakfast cereal, a soup.
I mean,
Is it
I
hot?
guess if you,
Yeah.
like, if you put in some crotons, yeah, in the beginning.
I'll take the soup.
Okay.
Stuck on loading?
Soups don't have to be warm.
No. I think
That's true.
something is broken about the orbit. You can only join mid-planet. I think.
Oh, wait, have you picked up a beehive? I kind of forgot.
Oh yeah, the
It does.
beehive.
Nice.
Honestly, I wasn't like mentally processing everything that was happening.
I mean,
I was
yeah,
kind of
same.
sitting here munching on my strawberries, looking at the screen of Aiko trying to get out.
Yeah, I think this should work.
Wait,
This is odd, but apparently they can't join mid-orbit. They have to join when we're like on the moon. I don't know why.
Black. Oh, much.
Very bizarre, but I don't think they die or anything. Okay, try.
Emergency.
Oh, we're back in Louisiana.
Oh boy.
Oh boy.
Where we dropping
New
boys.
Orleans?
That is true. Oh, we should have brought a
Skeleton?
We have 3.
No, there's no random trumpet player in the
Green
distance.
skeleton? Is that how New Orleans is?
Is letting you guys in? Hey, huge streak.
That's a very mean
Oh.
landmine for people use the fire escape.
Oh, we should warn people about that. Don't use the fire escape.
Damn.
Don't use the fire escape.
What the?
What's the line?
Huge.
Fire exit safe. But
That's good to know. It still works. Oh god.
you know what? I'm gonna do. I'm gonna leave people here.
Oh,
I'm gonna
oh.
go at the ship and just
This is bad.
constantly turn those off as much.
This is bad.
Yeah.
There's so many turrets.
Hello, what do you spawn?
Why are there so many turrets?
I don't know. There's more. Oh god.
Oh my fucking god.
Stuck on loading. Okay. I'm gonna reboot. I'm gonna redo the lobby really quick. Cause they can't join still. Uh-oh. Okay. I guess late join is scuffed.
Yellow.
Hey.
Don't forget to grab your suit.
Blue.
This is how this works or no? Do I just put this into here? Oh. Oh, it was marked as deprecated? I didn't even know that.
I didn't even see that. I just downloaded it and it was just giving me errors when I tried to join.
What the Sigma? I'm just checking the... Yeah.
Thanks for letting me ride in the cart, Chewie.
You can ride in the cart?
Or not my own. No,
Are you okay,
he was
Zuby?
facing
Yeah.
down, and I was crouched into
Breathing
the
really
cart.
loudly.
My bad.
Yay!
He's dying.
Stop dying, Zuvi!
Granted, if somebody
The end of
I was
Juvie.
looking down, so...
driving the cart looks like you not, I
What you-
don't
what-
know that
why
I
am
want
I-
to be in the cart.
What do you mean by that?
What your?
You look insane.
Whispers.
Hey, can you
Not
drop the
only
cart
do you
for a
have
all
second?
these-
fingers, but look at that smile and those eyes. You look
I have
positively unhinged.
Oh, now you're fixed.
ears.
Okay.
When do those get put on?
Don't take them off. No!
Nah. Oh shit. Hold on, let me invite you. There we go.
I'll always be right here. Hey!
Hey. 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 Hey.
The shopping cart's so funny. We couldn't get the storage thing because it was broken, so I was like, the hell with it. I'm gonna
I
add a
was
shopping
freaking
cart.
talking and was muted this whole time.
That is so noob.
The TikTok girl's back.
I'm ending it all.
Oh my god.
Wait! Radiant, listen. Chewie, make the sound.
Oh my god.
Does that sound familiar to you? I'm just curious.
Jump around.
Jump around.
Jump around. Jump.
It's that
Everybody-
screaming chicken.
What?
It is.
Alright, so Radiant
I
doesn't have the
freaking quit.
same kind of tism that me and Koyo does.
I just
Okay, got
freaking
it.
quit. Yeah, I got a
At
music
least
tism for
Radiant
sure.
gets me.
I hate your
No
dumb
problem.
screaming chicken.
I'm sorry to hear about the power outage.
Juice of sour, bow bow.
He just like me for real.
Oh my goodness, is that the most beautiful, amazing radiant?
Does this work?
No.
It's like coming home to your dog at the end of the day.
Oh my god.
You get so excited.
Aiko needs a teleport.
You should.
Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, baby girl, give me a big sloppy kiss.
Hi, baby girl. Hi. Shut up, Shu.
Jesus Christ.
I miss you so much, queen.
I miss you too.
I think my mic's working.
Hello.
Yes.
Hello.
It's working now.
Yulen.
Yippee.
Welcome, part-timer Yuland.
Bark, bark,
Welcome,
bark,
part-timer.
bark, bark, bark.
Bark, 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 bark,
Bark,
bark,
bark, bark, bark.
bark, bark,
Bjork. I think we got everyone, right? Let's see. We got.
Are you ready to grab every single scrap you come across?
Yuland's in his corner.
Are you ready to
We got. I think we got everybody that wants to join screen time.
Assume.
I'm landing!
Yuland in
It's
his
been
corner
such a long
except for
time that I've
Yuland.
been like completely involved. I might say it for a while.
I don't know which one to look.
Nothing beats the good old classic orange jumpsuit.
Orange.
Does.
The
PJ bodysuit
Do you think it's more tangerine than orange?
Fancy. Fancy you.
Well, it's not raining anymore or whatever. There's
Oh,
no
is that?
mud
No,
piles of
it's mud
death.
trip, that's not mud. I thought it was
There's
mud, it's
not
just dirt.
A
It's
trio of turrets
non-soggy.
in literally every direction.
Non-soggy.
Ooh,
Someone fell.
Who did? They should add a
Ian?
fishing rod to this game.
yeah, okay.
I should be allowed to fish in this game, honestly.
Oh shit.
Oh my god, this is so
Fish can be scrap.
fish gaming.
Yeah, I would just spend the entire time outside fishing or whatever.
Like all you find is just the toy fish from like the pond.
Oh god.
I would literally never enter the facility. I would just fish outside.
Honestly, yeah.
Or they have like an indoor pond. Oh, dude.
That's a fucking suicide move over here. Landmine in the board frame and splat trap inside the room.
Key!
Another fire exit.
Key!
That will just together, I guess.
Okay. Let me switch
Greatest
tracks.
fire exit ever.
Jump around. Jump around. I think the chicken's
Full
done.
of fruit
I feel like
bowl.
not a turn.
I'm so full of chips and guac.
Dude,
As it should be.
Yeah, but you know, that ends in like fiery farts. They're gonna burn.
A small price to pay for some bulk.
True!
don't fart, man.
For salvation.
Crazy. Hello. Oh. I see.
Yeah.
Hey, where are you going?
Move in there.
Oh, hell no.
Over here, man.
No.
Radiant, no, Radiant, above you. Radiant.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, that just happened.
What happened?
Suicide move happened. Spot trap in
Oh.
the room.
Oh.
We lost 2 people now.
2?
I don't feel comfortable going there unless I disable the trap.
Fucking
No, I'm gonna go back to the ship and I'm gonna disable that trap so we can bring them back.
That'd be convenient, yeah.
I'll do it.
My inventory is already full.
Okay, don't worry, I got one of them.
Fire escape. Fire escape 2.
Where do we leave?
There's like 2 fire escapes this way and the main entrance upstairs.
Excellent. Did you add fishing and like crafting, maybe survival stuff like food and sleep? Farming, signal detecting, metal detect. Right. Okay. Right. Right. What is that? Oh, it's just a waterfall. Sort of. Not really a waterfall, more like just... Does that count as a waterfall? It's like a... I guess it's a mini waterfall. I guess the water's still falling. Dude, what happened to the bridge? Someone broke it. Oh, wrong one. Aren't locusts, like, super aggressive? Or am I wrong? I mean, I know they completely destroy crops. Like, waves of locusts can really just obliterate your crops. What is that?
What is that sound?
Hello?
Hello?
What is that?
What is that? What is that?
What is that?
What is that?
What?
Oh, that's you. It's you. Okay. Oh. I saw. Were you the one walking past this window? I
Yes.
just saw this like weird amalgamation. I get scared it's you. What is that sound?
No, that was...
What have you added?
What is
that the sound of
happening?
Pulling the apparatus?
But that was after.
I'm scared. What's happening? I'm armed. I'm armed. Whatever wants to come and hurt us, I'm armed.
What if it's a nuke?
What if? Do we close the door? Like, what do we do? I've never encountered this before. This
I
is a
don't-
mod?
what
This
happened?
is vanilla? I'm confused.
Was
Is
that
it for pulling
you?
the apparatus?
No, it started going off before we took out the apparatus. I think it's because it was started going off that Yulin took the apparatus out. I was guarding
No,
the
no, no, no,
apparatus
no,
because
no, word that differently. I took the apparatus out because the sirens were going off.
The air sirens.
What does that mean?
Yeah, I thought it would...
Audio
Wait,
was
could
a
that
little
be the,
boosted when
no,
I
it would've
tried
started...
to default
Oh,
settings.
oh, I know what it is.
Now I do
In,
it too.
in.
Get indoors.
Yeah, I don't know what that
What was that?
Like,
I know what it is. We have too much loot.
It fell over.
Should we get in?
I'm in. I'm on the ship.
And who was walking outside? Or am I tripping?
There was a person walking outside, but they fell over and just kind of died.
yeah, it just slipped.
So we like outside these windows? Yeah. I
Hello,
but what
are
does,
you
what does
okay,
that sound
sir?
mean? What does
here
that
we
sound
go.
mean? What do you mean we have too much loot?
Yeah,
What does
I'm
this mean?
scared. What does the siren mean?
Well, there's this thing that
We have
shows
too
up.
much loot. What do you mean when it shows up?
No, it's just like kind of, you know.
There's something
He
on the
just
bridge.
shows up.
There's something
What
red
is
on the
that? What's that
bridge.
from?
Hey,
Wait, who's the
There's
dead
something red
person?
on some bridge.
yeah, who is
Who
that
is this
person?
person?
There's like 3 or 4 dead
Oh, my
people, isn't
frames.
there?
Oh, my frames.
Let me just change something real quick. Back to high.
Okay.
Why are my frames going down?
Oh God.
Yeah, my
Yeah, I
frames.
have
Oh
it
lord.
As well. It's a
This
fucking
person
ghost.
body count
It's
is-
fixed, whatever it was.
Oh, you can't pick that up. Okay.
Or it was
Is that-
fixed.
Oh, no, that's a
So like, is anybody not here?
I don't know.
Well, I mean,
So what is this? How did they die?
Zooey's here.
What's going on here?
Someone drowned.
We're just walking and they tripped.
They tripped?
I'm gonna go.
That's so
touch it.
embarrassing.
Hey, buddy.
That does kind of suck.
poke it with the stick.
Oh.
What the?
Hello? What just happened?
It moved.
Oh, it's back. It's back.
It has a kitchen
What do you
knife.
mean it's back? What do you mean it's back?
What do
Another
you
kitchen
mean? What
knife.
is it? What's it? What's it?
It's back.
The lag?
Everybody's
You
here.
can-
unless
it
we
had a
go
kitchen
get
knife and
Radiant's
dropped it.
body.
Had a kitchen knife?
Yeah, it's like 82 scrap too, or like $82 too.
What the Is anyone
Hello?
outside? What are we waiting for?
I don't know what you're waiting for.
Radiant
I
is
don't know.
dead. This is dead.
He dropped a knife.
There's an item outside somewhere. There's like a purple icon.
It
It's-
says
it's a key-
there's
it's a key.
circuit bees over there,
It's a
so I
key?
imagine it might be.
Yeah, like someone dropped the key in the water.
Are you sure that doesn't look like water?
I hear stomping.
That could be me. Okay, I kind of stomp a bit. Yeah, there's bees right here. Hold on. Oh,
I heard big stomp.
Yeah, that's a
There-
tree
there
man
be-
outside.
Oh, hello, Biggin.
die.
Oh, there he is.
Yeah, I'm so dead. I'm so dead.
No!
Goodbye. I'm so dead.
No!
I can't. Yeah, goodbye.
Jesus! Oh god!
That's
Alright.
We're leaving.
Time to go.
It's time to go. Everyone get in. Quick checking that everyone's on board.
Even that body, like that body has a red dot.
Yeah, I don't know what that's about.
I mean, he had a kitchen knife, so I assume it was like a skinwalker or some shit like that.
Huh.
I mean, he dropped a knife after all.
Did they put
Oh.
skinwalkers in the base game, or did you put the
I'm hitting
skinwalker
it.
mod in
I'm
without
hitting it.
telling us?
Yeah, hit it. We'll figure this out in the orbit.
I,
Well,
I
I'm not
literally
complaining.
got
You
him.
literally did it!
Oh,
I'm not complaining, we have a new weapon.
Oh, ow!
Yeah, I mean, I know what it is, but,
Then why won't you tell us?
just, you know, secrets.
This guy
it
stinks.
is far more fun that way.
Yeah.
For Koya,
Mystery
not for
items.
us, but for Koya.
Fair
That's
enough.
four. That's four of my comfort characters.
The Melky.
This thing has a number on it. What is this model?
Whoa.
JH 851.
851.
Hashtag. I can't read that.
Whoa. That's pretty radical.
45 8 AGF something.
Where's the shovel? Oh, here it is. Number one. Oh.
Ah!
That's my 11th model.
Cool. This big.
Sorry.
It's spice again,
Are you though?
and it glows.
I wouldn't.
Hey, don't judge.
I'm not judging.
Hello
I'm just
from
impressed.
work.
It glows.
Nosferatu.
That must be expensive. You have money,
you
money.
good.
Charging it chips the breaker sometimes.
You're breathing heavily down your mic.
That's not me.
Oh, then what the fuck is it?
Ah!
Not me. I was supposed to talk.
Do you?
I haven't heard any breathing. I'm like,
No, me neither.
That's usually a Zuby thing.
Yeah, my
Yeah, I
my
just
mic
heard it
is
from
nowhere near
Zuby.
my mouse. But my mic is not your mouse.
Is it near your nose? Because it sounds
No,
like
it's
coming
right
out
on the
your
side.
mouth. Oh, nose.
No, it's on the side of my face.
How about you take a deep breath for us? You'll see.
No, it's not me.
Whoever just breathed, it was you.
whoever just breathed.
Stop it.
Any breathers here?
I breathe through my skin, so you don't really hear much noise.
Wow. That's
know
called
what?
crazy.
Fuck you, Echo.
Kind of windy
Okay,
today.
Hurricane Katrina.
Whoa!
oh,
It's a little windy today.
Too soon, man. The large celery.
I'm ready to
Why
keep.
did that sound like the boiled one?
Let's see if I can do this.
I'm not even gonna level the new tank. It looks dumb and stupid.
Oh, sticky note. That's mine now.
Okay, man.
Yeah, but you know what? Who cares? Because Paladin is a main tank now. We're Sigma Alpha.
As it should be.
Yeah. You think the new tank's gonna be good?
Yes.
I
No.
hope it's two big ass shields.
Yeah, actually, it would be sick. I was wondering if it would be one like class, in the sense of it would be a tank or fizz ranged, and then you can just swap between them. Because the shirt he was wearing was like 2 gigantic cannons, but with 2 big shields. That'd be cool.
I fuck with that.
Yeah. I went inside. Also, this is what they were reading. Just the model number for the. I gotta charge my flashlight.
You have a flashlight?
Of course. Why wouldn't I have a flashlight?
I don't have one.
Well, we only bought 2 of them.
Okay, can I have some live troubleshooting?
Have what?
Live troubleshooting.
Life troubleshooting.
Yeah.
Sure, man. What's going on?
Okay. So I got a new laptop, right?
Got a new laptop.
Yeah, and it needs to be connected to the internet to set up.
Right.
And when I type in the password for my Wi-Fi, it says no connection is currently possible with this network.
Huh. How old is the laptop?
Very, very new.
Like, from the store new, or like what year did it?
Give me a second. Like when it was, I mean, give me a second. Wait for me at the door. This laptop.
Oh,
Where would I see that? Hey, where did that?
elevator.
Oh, where would I see that, Koyo? Oh, I mean,
Well, I guess it doesn't matter because you said it's new.
it is a Windows 11 laptop.
I wonder if it's your internet's just like, oh, it's Windows 11. Can you make like a temporary hotspot or something for your?
Hey. So that.
Can your phone like? How old is your phone?
I have no clue. My phone. Hi, Roland.
Someone's got a shot. Oh god. Oh god, please no. Please.
My. Oh. I can do it though. Oh. Well, it's from like 2021 or 2.
Okay, if you can make a temporary hotspot with your phone to connect it,
How would I do that?
it should be under your network settings on your phone.
Let me see. How do I get to network settings?
Well,
Mobile
just
hotspot.
yeah, there you go. And then if you enable that,
Yeah.
and then like, you don't have to put a password, but just if you set it up, and then try to connect your laptop to it for the setup portion.
Okay, let me see if the network. I can't find it.
It takes a moment to like set up the hotspot.
Okay, that's it. Then I'm.
I love-
Oh, I see it now.
I love the idea of like like just on this, just like fucking help me guys, and you're just setting up a fucking hotspot 20 feet that way.
Hey, he got a new laptop, man. All right, and we're here to be emotional support for you as well. You know, there's a giant spider.
That worked.
I don't
Huge?
want emotional support. I want a fucking shovel.
Should I have my data or normal Wi-Fi on my phone? Does it matter?
Probably Wi-Fi, so you don't have to like pay
Yeah.
in case. Look, man, this is more important. All right.
No, I get it. I get
Oh, I can't use it with Wi-Fi.
I see. Well, you only need it temporarily, and then you can disable it.
Yeah.
it. He's turning to you guys, just so you know. He is like slowly getting to you.
Excuse me, Mr. Bunker Spider, we have a conversation here.
Yeah, this is kind of important, alright? Mind your business.
Alright. I hope there's no updates, because I have very limited data.
Yeah. Mobile hotspots are kind of... They siphon data a little bit, so...
I have like a monthly limit of 2 gigabytes.
Yeah.
So I just heard the elevator go up or down. Somebody brought a shovel, right?
I don't think we
I don't
have
know.
a shovel on the ship.
Yeah, I
I
don't think there are.
definitely saw a shovel at the ship.
Do you have a shovel? Hello?
Hey, do you have a
Can you
shovel?
go get a shovel?
Hey,
No, but there is something outside.
what do you mean something?
No.
You wanna go look?
No.
Yeah, actually, I'm kind of curious. Yo, Juvie, let's go look.
Okay, goodbye then. Have luck. Have fun. Bye.
Can you make sure that the elevator's down when you leave?
Yeah, well, no promises. Oh, alright, see ya.
See ya. I'm staying with you. Let's have more time before.
Something's crazy out there, man.
I'm going to... Once they're out, I'm going to...
What?
Call the elevator down again.
Oh, the observer.
I didn't even look at what this guy does.
Yeah, so like when when a specific player basically carries and like deposits enough scrap, it's like a per quota, so it goes up. But essentially, someone's already targeted because he's looking. But anyways, yeah, if you bring too much scrap, they send like a chaser after you, and that's where they got the knife from. The chaser comes after you, and you can kill them. And if you kill them, big, because you get a knife. But if you don't kill them, yeah. He's watching. So don't be a carry. Don't be good at the game, I guess.
I'm gonna be good at the game.
Yeah, I mean, if you pull him in, it's pretty good. I'm gonna go down. Good luck out there.
Good luck.
Hello?
Hi, Koyo.
Oh, hey.
There's also a slime.
Oh.
Oh no!
I suggest everybody just runs to the elevator and we bail. Because there's a crying baby now. And that's death. Also, someone's dead. Yoland!
Yoland?
Get sprinting! Yoland?
Yoland? He's dead.
Yeah, he's dead.
Yoland's dead.
How'd he insta-die? So sad. Oh, God!
What did you say was not touched?
Nothing.
Oh no, Bill. Hi, man. Don't look at me.
Oh, is he looking at you? Ooh.
Oh, he's looking at me. What's he want?
Oh, he's looking at you.
observing.
It's not good.
I don't have anything.
What the fuck, man?
Hey.
This guy's shanking.
Oh!
Ow. You can be lucky.
Where's everyone at? Everyone died?
I don't know.
Yeah, that's definitely dead. Yeah, definitely dead. Yeah, dead. Yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah, that's, yeah, dead.
We.
Alright, so yeah, everyone else is dead.
We.
Oh, dog.
Oh, I'm out of here. Hell no.
Huh? Do you like that?
Yeah. Did you like that?
Yeah.
Bark, bark,
Oh.
bark, 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 girl.
Bark, bark, bark.
Where'd you come from?
Hey.
Oh, Kirby jump scares.
I'm not a big fan of the quill head.
I didn't remember there being that many.
I'm not a big fan of the government.
Radiant, were you the one that was on console?
Should get all the clues for that knife.
Whoever was on console last planet, you're a godsend.
Turning off the turrets, probably, right?
Yeah.
I wish the turret was turned off when I was running
My
past.
bad.
It's okay, you tried your best. Can we buy another shovel, please?
Yes. Let's get selling.
Anything else? We have the cell.
Dude, do the sell all.
Oh yeah, you're right. You're
I
right.
think so, yeah.
Someone should hold the reactor. I don't want it to sell.
Reactor.
Is somebody holding it?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yep.
Oh.
No.
No.
Oh, the knife is bugged.
Your hard work is invaluable to the company.
What
Teleporter.
knife?
Oh, I probably can make the knife too.
Can I have a spray can of paint, please?
Yes.
Thank you.
Find Eternal Shiny and Chrome.
We don't have the mod for it though. For the spray paint.
I don't know.
Oh.
Spray paint's not a mod though.
Yeah, but there's like a
I mean,
mod that
like,
makes
the
it.
improved spray paint.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of.
Oh, I didn't know there was an improved spray paint.
It's a very good point. Well, let me join. Are you like stuck? You're getting errors too?
But not nearly as good as the improved spray paint. We should get that mod. I know it works. I've used it. It looks perfectly fine with this update.
You took the shovel out while you were walking up to it. How? Why?
I love the spray paint.
Which one is it?
Better spray paint.
Better
You know,
spray
it's
paint.
great that the company provides
Yeah, it
help
has
to
like
care
a,
for
it has
us.
like a kind of like a kid's drawing-esque spray paint profile.
Unless you die.
Yeah.
I love it so much.
Okay, I added it.
They should add a secondary like interaction where you can
I just see why Peel can't join.
just paint yourself.
I love it because I love it, like crossing out like exits or whatever and like
Yeah, I
arrows
think that's
towards like
the main
fire
purpose
exits or
of it, yeah.
whatever.
Can you join now?
Yeah.
And also drawing penises on when we go to quotas.
Dude, what the heck?
Yeah, you mean just like directional arrows.
This late join is scuffed.
Been there.
And also like drawing a line
Does anybody
on
else
the
see like a
doorways to
little
like basically
ball
say don't go there.
in the corner?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
That's just a reflection.
That's light.
The ball.
Oh,
That's
the ball.
so giga great.
Balls.
Do we get everything?
And then-
We want more
Can you
pro
still
flashes,
spray
right?
people with that thing?
Yes. Here, watch.
Oh. Slightly red.
It's a
You
little
could be a little
flushed.
bit red.
It's a little flushed. Don't mind it. It's just blushing.
Okay, I can join.
That's true.
It's so dark.
Either you
Okay,
join
huge.
or you just-
Hello.
Red 6, try to join as well now. Just curious if it'll work. I can't. Okay, I'm glad you could because I couldn't grab that one.
Hey, Jack, how are you?
I'm good. I woke up.
It works? Yeah. Okay, I know how to fix it at least.
Sorry for the trouble. Bye.
Oh, no trouble at all.
Causing the colors.
I'm gonna start boiling water.
It is quite blue.
Over here.
I don't know why that is, but it is very blue.
It's not blue for me.
Yeah, see, I don't know.
I'm not blue with my heart. I like the blue.
And I can hear the shit. Like the thingy.
I think it's because we joined while they're on the planet.
Red Sox. The cheese, right? It's called Gouda, right?
What is what?
Wait, true. How do you pronounce the cheese? Is it Gouda?
At the poetry club.
I can't hear it when I hear 4 people talking.
The cheese. Is it
cheese,
called
yeah.
Gouda?
Gouda.
Gouda.
Gouda?
Gouda.
Fuck is it
Gouda?
pronounced like that?
Because it's Dutch cheese.
So not even you got it right.
I sound like the English people
Yeah, I mean,
pronounce
there's
it because it's...
They say Gouda.
Wait, I
I
have
think
a
Gouda is
question.
better than
Are
Gouda.
any of you in the Netherlands right
They're
now?
famous for the Gouda cheese.
this
Bunch
is
of
Netherlands,
idiots.
This guy's in the Netherlands.
This one?
Boiling water.
Hello, Chewie. Hello. I can't read your name.
Hello. Oh.
You're the second Netherlandian that I
How do you pronounce your name?
It's just me.
Does he also live in Windmill?
Myth.
know. I have
Okay, we're good.
fucking clue
Myth.
where he
Myth.
lives.
Okay,
He
Myth.
just moved though, so maybe.
Hello, Ricky.
Okay, wait, I'm getting 2 walkie-talkies as well, and then we're good.
Logs.
I already forgot how he said it. Gouda?
Hey Rose, do you also have the entering the atmosphere text?
So why do they call it Gouda cheese? What's the logic?
Other text.
Americans.
Electricity thing. I know the pain.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Chowder?
Shovels floating.
That's just wrong.
But yeah, like why
I'm
I
sad your power went out. I'm also sad that I.
Everybody,
slept
better
through
be on the
your
ship.
whole walk.
We're going.
It's no big deal. No, it's always tomorrow.
65%.
That's true.
I see my game crash.
Yes.
I don't know, man. My game
Daisy,
is not exactly
days. Wait, how do you say it again?
Recently,
How do I
it's
say
really
what?
weird.
Gouda?
Gouda.
I'm an American.
Interesting.
Gouda.
Interesting.
That's the problem.
Yes,
That's the
I'm an
problem.
American. I'm allowed to be wrong.
Okay, I added some new mods. If we want, we can reset really quick. It has the improved
do you
spray
mean?
paint.
That should work fine.
I think either way I'm gonna have to rejoin.
Okay, that's fine. Then we'll restart. I'm gonna put a new
Straight
code up.
entering the atmosphere right now.
Alright, sound good.
Alright, everyone has to reboot their video game. Let's do... Oh yeah, I have to disable all of these now. LOL. Yo, bump up the volume a little bit, you know? You know what I'm saying? Like, bump up the volume a little bit. Cool. All right. What we doing? New profile, added some mods that'll like fix stuff a little bit, as well as maybe hopefully fix the whole scuff ordeal. And it reminded me that I gotta invite some people to the stream together. We got Yuland, Rose Duelist. Was anyone else streaming? I mean, Yuln's not streaming, obviously, but... Tide wasn't... I don't know if he was joining. That's the new code. New code! I'm gonna enjoy this. Wait, I disabled the wrong ones. That's fine. I'm sure they'll figure it out. Everyone should look at the list and enable better spray paint, probably. I think that's... It doesn't really... I don't know. I should have just had them all enabled, huh? Here, I'll remake it just in case. And just have those disabled. Let's try to spare the scuff a little bit, right? This is the correct one. Correct one. I should clear the chat. Silence. Do not speak, streamer. Also, not my own with a 125 stream streak. Tie with the stream streak. Look at these 125s, man. Crazy. Oops, I don't want to do that. Please do not double boot Lethal Company. It doesn't matter which one, Juice is Sour. If you already downloaded the previous one, it's fine too. The Ronmu, welcome in. Thank you for the follow. What the? Where in the world? Oh yeah. Where's Erie? Asmodena. What's up, Charles? Thank you for the follow as well. Welcome in. Dwend. I want to be Erie. Furfur. Oh my god, how does this even look? Oh, wait, what? Hey. What's up, guys?
Hi. What the hell is that?
Hey, it's me.
You lost some weight, man.
Thank you. Yes, I've been trying. What are you looking me?
What are these?
What do I look like?
Bro, you're an alien.
Wait, look at me. I need to.
What the? You're a cat.
That's beautiful.
Well, what are these?
It's from Voices of the Void.
I'll be the fur. How do I look?
Oh my god, it looks just like you, man.
Hand? What the?
This is exactly what I think you look like in real life. Oh, wow.
You like my nails? What the? Bro's about to swipe some loot.
What does this look like?
Oh my god, wow.
You're a cat.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
Aiko, what have you done?
His power went out.
Teach me.
Wait, but he's here.
Oh.
You know, I'm a big fan of Voices of the Void. Wow, Yuln looks just like you.
Aiko, can I use your mirror, please?
Yes.
Thank you.
I'm gonna stand right here.
What's this?
Oh my god.
What, Jack? Are you just gonna rip my soul
What
out?
am I?
Wow, so beautiful. What is that?
Oh my
Killjoy?
I have the Swedish flag on me.
What am I looking at?
Yeah, you're Joel.
Oh my god.
Fucking Killjoy.
Killjoy's great. Wow. This is great.
Holy soggy. Oh my goodness.
Wow, Soggy's
What
French.
am I?
Wowzers.
Wee wee.
What the fuck?
Oh my god, even better.
What is
I might
that?
keep the mannequin.
That's
I
Asmodea.
just want to see what the other ones are.
Who the what?
That's a Kerfus skin.
Oh.
I mean, most of these are Kerfus
kinda
skins,
cursed.
if not all.
I'm
33 mods disabled. What are you? Why'd you disable the
I'm
mods?
sticking with this one.
Hey, guess what? My mom say 5 baby ducks. They went on the highway and almost got run over. We still have them.
This is perfect.
Hell yeah!
Cat.
Huge
It's like a
save.
chess piece at this point.
Meow wow.
For disabled, make sure the spray paint's enabled.
Oh my god, they said the thing, they said the thing!
Oh, that's what I look like.
Enable the spray paint just in case.
Hold the phone.
It's not about how you look like, it's about your inner beauty.
I think it's beautiful. Everyone looks great. Except for Killjoy. Get that out of my screen.
Fuck you, Ico. You did
So
this.
ridiculous.
No.
Oh, it's a different version of the one you're wearing.
Mix up.
Why does it look like I have a fucking boner?
What?
Are you happy to see us?
Why do you have like a mouth? You got like a blue mouth on you.
You've got a blue stash.
Yeah, like a blue. Oh my god, why is when? Oh, that's Killjoy. Why is it so cheeked up? Oh my god.
What? Oh my god.
They got the cheeks.
You have cheeks.
Hello.
Hello.
Why you sound so concerned? Cheeks.
He's got his cheeks out.
Oh, everyone's starting into it now. God damn it.
I'm the original.
What's up, Johan?
Oh.
Stop this.
How is this using you for a mirror at the
The
moment?
normal green suit.
Ugly.
Yeah, I gotta get one of those mirror
Soggy's
mods in this game.
original.
So that nobody ever leaves the ship.
Oh, mirror mod? Oh my god, can we please do a whole... We can
I love VR chat.
Oh my god.
You see,
Wait,
you
you
say
gotta have
that
the top? It could be the hat.
now that there's local personal mirrors, you can literally have your mirror out
I
anywhere.
know. It's.
And nobody
Dude, the
else
hat's
sees it,
great.
so you can literally
Before.
face each other like an actual human being.
Yeah, it's...
I don't think you're wearing your mask properly, Rose.
I know, it's not my fault.
Looks like a necktie.
It's a collar.
Oh, no, not this. What was I wearing before?
Am I wearing my holster on my like forearm? No,
Are we
it's
wearing
on
the
my
same
side.
thing,
Never
Radiant?
mind.
Oh my
Like the one day with a gun.
Beautiful.
Chew you extra thing out of order. What happened to it, bro?
I was about to SD cal all. I have a problem. Jesus.
What is this?
This guy.
Jesus, man.
We should go to every planet. all at
Yeah, I
once.
tried to add CYC, but CYC broke the entire game, so.
She was... What?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Let me take a look at myself again.
CQC.
Wow, so beautiful. You have. Your things are floating.
I didn't mean to be the cat, I want to be the mannequin. Is this
There,
mannequin?
mannequin now, yeah.
Yeah, that's mannequin. Wait, which one's mannequin?
It says
the
mannequin.
Mannequin really suits you, Soggy.
It does. It's pretty good.
It's called mannequin.
Oh my god, dude, the mannequins are kind of sick, actually.
Oh, say, can you see?
I like it.
Yankee Doodle went to town riding on a pony.
What does it look like with the mustache?
It's the guy from it's the guy from the Amazing Digital Circus.
Wow.
Is that Palmy? Oh wait, no.
Soggy, your head.
Yeah, if you want to enable the 4, you could, yeah.
For putting the Amazing Digital
What about
Circus
now?
Juvi, are you
Can I
in
fix
this
it?
game.
Your
Are you
hat
still
is
erroring or no?
looks like a
You're not,
mouth-
okay.
Looks like a mouthpiece. It's not
I'm
like a
straight
head.
up furring
Well,
right now.
your glasses is like
about
pressed,
now?
no? Your glasses
He
are on
can't
your
fit
chest.
Furring all over the place.
Why
Who are
did
you?
it fuck up? It was perfect.
Yo, it's me.
What's your name?
You're
I
a
don't know.
mannequin.
Yo, hey, man.
You have to change out of the
Yeah, man.
skin and
You know,
then change
Killjoy's
back.
so cheeked.
Okay.
How about now?
Nope.
Hello.
No.
Oh
but then-
god.
Maybe you need to swap back to default.
I mean, I said I was
Then
done.
put them on.
It's good.
But they want to fly.
Green suit.
They work now.
Nice.
Yeah,
Oh, did you restart my router for
This
30
is not.
seconds?
This is not gonna work on the ship.
Okay.
I just
Okay. I will.
swapped.
I'll just.
I'll go.
Or if you want to DM me, that's also.
You
could also do that.
I will wait. I will get back to you later.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
Jesus hour. Hi. How are you?
Is my stuff
Thank you for letting
broken or is it
me use as a
working?
mirror.
When you gonna stream
It's
again?
working.
Hey, no problem. No problem.
You can
Is it
watchy
working
watchy.
for you guys?
Not,
Okay.
Not
Yeah,
gonna
it's
stream
looking fine.
anytime soon. Aww. I wait.
I did
Hey,
stream
wait.
not too long ago.
Wow.
It was
So
streaming, like,
good.
last week.
I know. I said again. You boob. Zip zip zap zap.
That fuck. Wait, the bomb.
Stream again.
Yeah, I think we're.
No
Oh,
pressure.
God, wow.
Let
That's.
them stream when they want to.
There's something about.
That is.
I'm not saying
Furfur.
that now.
Like for
I like Furfur.
Just said that there's no like actual
Can you stream?
Furfur. Like, why is
Dude,
everybody
Furfur with the
doing
Christmas
that?
hat is such a
That's
combo.
fine. Come,
Twice?
come to
What
South
the hell?
Africa.
It's really good.
Ghost. It reminds me of Gremlins. Do we have everyone? I think we're waiting on error. I'm just gonna wait on it. Oh, error's in. Alright, we're landing.
Of course, Yulin's the same. Furry.
Ghost, get in it.
Zap zap.
I can't see what
Yes,
it look
because
like,
they
so.
have the nil.
What do you mean? You're French.
Painted green.
Too white.
You pick the
Your
one
green
boot.
toner.
Hi,
That's a
Aaron.
beehive right there.
You're like all up in his
Look at that.
I was
toes.
Undertale.
Hello.
I'm investigating. Right?
I'm a bit
Which way is
How,
there.
how are you?
Where do we go?
Why?
I'm good. It's a bit too awful.
This is Voices of the Void.
I had a Kirby suit. It was cute.
Almost.
Wait.
It's a lot of reading, so and I'm a bit too tired. And I
Wait, why
forgot
did the
that
suits
this was
actually
happening,
disappear?
so I'm here.
Because it got pushed off the thing and there's no
Alright, let's
page 2.
go.
What the freak?
I don't have any. I don't have any of the like customizing thing. What the fuck? Is
What
there
the
something broken then? Should I have something like those cosmetics?
There should be cosmetics.
Like just in the like. I have some basic ones in the
Oh
like.
no, nothing there.
Oh,
R2
is it like
Modmin.
some different tab? Or
What was that? Hello?
how do I? Wait, how do I get like that kind of thing? Or do I look like normal?
You look normal.
What the fuck? Why? How do I
Well-
look like that?
Well, you got an orange suit. Do you mean the
Does it
mask?
change
You
with
have
the-
your mask and your cat ears.
Yeah, or like you look like a like white skin suit and a head.
So you don't have the suits here?
Oh, so these change you.
Oh
Okay.
yeah. But
Ah.
supposed to have multiple pages. Hey, what are you doing?
No, I'm seeing only one. I'm seeing only one.
Oh, strange.
Let's see. I'm using your screen to fucking look what I look like.
You're French.
Oh fuck no.
It's
these
good to
names
go.
don't
There are
say
4 mods,
anything.
and if you want to add, you can add them yourself. The 4 that are disabled
What the
are
fuck
up
is
to
this
you.
shit?
It's beautiful.
Asmodena, Duende.
Hi.
These fucking names don't say any like at all to me. Oh, that sucks.
So what exactly can escape the facility right now?
Everything.
Wait, what?
You goddamn fool.
That's fucking made. This is fucking dress to impress over here. Fucking what the fuck?
We're gonna get eaten by the Jack-in-a-Box.
Oh, she-ball. I forgot about that one.
What's this one?
Oh.
Oh yeah, we don't want that to be like out. No, this was this one.
Oh, balls.
What the fuck?
Okay, I disabled that, but it's not gonna apply here.
Yeah.
We're all dead.
Is it here already?
No.
Oh, okay.
I guess I'll go with this. I guess I'll go with this one then.
Yeah, pure love Furfur.
I have no idea about the names. I'm just fuck it, we ball.
everything. Where the hell am I? Where are we? Oh.
I have no fucking idea.
These moons are so, like, disorienting now. Wait, Ghost just was able to join. It's so strange, I don't know. The button to the left of 1. I always say tilde, but people usually don't know what I'm talking about, so... The button to the left of 1. Underneath escape. Or I guess it's toggle mute.
Or am I wrong?
Huh?
Are you good?
No.
You don't have the ship thing stuck on your screen, Ghost?
Oh, the ship thing? What?
Oh, like the...
You don't have anything on your screen?
Yeah, so this is like atmosphere.
I don't think so.
Okay. I guess they finally fixed that bug.
What's up?
Don't know what I look like right now.
You look great.
Look at my finger, man.
Yay! Boys.
Like that.
Wow, that's nice.
Wow.
Wow.
I like your beak, man.
Oh, thank you. What am I again?
My god, the ship is so ugly.
That's a chin. That's a beard.
Beard.
What's this? What's
The
Your
sticky
tilde
note.
is next to the enter key. What?
You're sticky, man.
Hey.
Hi, friend.
Rip.
Hi.
Oh god, watch out!
Ah!
What the hell, man?
Hello. I thought that was.
sorry.
I thought that was something to eat.
Dude, watch out!
Oh god, I'm out of here.
What?
Next.
There's just something about walking out of the ship and
Where is the
seeing a mannequin just standing there.
Sorry, I was talking to my dad.
Good work, good work. Why must you turn this theater into a house of lies? No, it's a house of leaves. Hello? Oh. No! I'm backing up.
What? Back it up? What do you mean?
No, just I
you
went
saw
angry
You saw the
bird.
chicken there?
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw it.
I want to
tried
steal.
to chase me.
I wanted to steal its stuff.
But it... Yeah, okay. Then... Need destruction.
Well, no, because I think you would die.
Hey, I ran away from it. Oh,
Oh.
heavens. Who's this?
It was not my own.
I can't tell. You look red, maybe?
No, that's not my own. Cause of death, bludgeoning.
Aww. Aww. Must be the bird, because he was following him. I just gotta leave his body.
Wait, please! Pajama suit.
Oh yeah.
My frames.
There's a lot of motion blur.
Grave collector.
Do you people have the HD LC on?
Yeah.
No.
It might
know.
be it maybe.
Wait, there's still motion
I don't
blur
like
even though I
my
motion blur off,
settings
but I
on
don't
that.
have the HD thing on.
Oh my god,
Oh,
that
wait, never
stop sign
mind.
has
Now-
so
Yes,
pretty.
No, there's no motion
Yeah,
blur.
the stop sign has like motion blur even it like doesn't move. What the fuck?
It's a dog.
It's a lightsaber.
So yeah, and I think I still have like.
Oh my god, everyone be kind, there's a dog! There's a dog outside, guys!
Shut the fuck up! There's a dog.
I wanna pet the dog.
Oh fuck. Wanna pet that dog?
Snarl, snarl, snarl.
You wanna pet that dog?
What the fuck, Chewie?
How'd he do that?
Oh, Ghost. Hello. Hello. Good evening.
He don't bite.
Is it time to leave now?
I think so.
Where'd he go? I thought he was inside.
No, he
Did he go
just he ran
upstairs?
out. I don't even know where he just went.
What the hell? Come back!
Go crazy.
No, we're moving.
Anyone who isn't
Bark, 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 bark.
Woof, bark, bark. Woof, woof,
You wanna
woof,
pet
bark,
that dog?
bark.
Why me? This is crazy.
Time to die, buddy.
Wanna pet that dog?
Oh, I forgot about the values. I totally forgot about the poltergeist values.
Oh my god, he's hiding under the stairs!
Okay, the dog is surprisingly aggressive now.
Jesus Christ.
Why is it so fucking aggressive?
Guys, who did that?
I'm gonna die. Any beehives outside?
What was that?
That fucking cut scream.
Jesus Christ.
Also, I'm not sure if that was a glitch or not, but I saw like so many dead bodies outside the ship on the radar.
Yeah, like most people died.
Guys, what happened? What the hell?
Dog.
My spray paint.
The dog happened.
My spray paint.
I wonder who opened the door.
Oh, sorry about your spray paint.
Gee, I wonder.
Wait, what the heck?
It could be any one of us, guys.
Yeah, I blame
can
Soggy.
see like the ambient occlusion through Killjoy.
I didn't know it was outside. I was
why is
checking if there was
everything
like a
like
beehive or
weird?
something.
What fucking mod is causing that?
I don't know. It's my
Could it
shovel
be
today.
the,
More than me.
could it
Nice
be
tie.
the HD one?
Oh, everyone has a tie.
Jesus Christ.
Like, that's the only one that I can think of.
It has to be the HD pack, yeah.
Yeah.
That doesn't look weird for me.
Okay, I'm gonna...
I have the HD on the...
I'm gonna reset after this without the HD and see if it does anything.
Nah, this is where you live with it.
No.
Communication going on here.
This is crazy, dude. It's a fever dream in here.
You mean? Seems like a regular Sunday to me.
Yeah. Same
But
old,
it's
same old.
Wednesday.
It's Wednesday, my dude.
Holy shit, it's been so long since I've been on this fucking planet.
Yeah, me too. I was like, it's time.
Whoa.
I'm gonna quick send.
What the fuck?
Wait, is this the fox?
This is the fox.
It is the fox, yeah.
Ah, it's the fox grass.
Guys, it's just grass, don't worry about it.
Oh, now.
Hi.
The air horn, yeah.
I looked up and I just see Killjoy's cheeks in my face.
It's so cheeked up on a Tuesday.
I'm so cheeked up.
I'm so cheeked up. Who bought stuff? Wasn't me.
It was the cheeks all along.
Why is Killjoy so cheeked up, man? On a Wednesday. What the hell is this? I don't trust this room at all.
Hello.
What the fuck?
What?
I'm scared.
Turned on? I don't think I've ever seen the lights turn on.
Yeah, I don't know what that's about.
I've never seen such a tight hallway in my life. That's terrifying.
Yeah, never seen nothing nothing so tight before, huh?
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
Alright. Somebody here has a screw loose, I just found it.
Yeah, it's probably me.
Yeah, one.
Must be nice.
What is this, man?
Where are you? Oh, that's
There's
Help.
nothing in there.
Help.
Those are dead ends.
Hello?
Okay, this one.
Hello?
Hello.
Hello.
Where are you? And I'm so sorry.
Come on, music. Let me just tap it.
Are you so sorry?
There.
No.
Yeah, I didn't think so. So classic. RP push.
Can I pet that dog?
I said.
What? Don't do it. Ah.
Oh, what the fuck?
Yeah, dude. It was just a boost. I wasn't trying to kill you.
I was gonna kill myself, but I guess I'll live. GG.
I'm hearing whispers.
Sometimes it just meant to be.
Oh, breaker room? Oh my god.
That's rude.
Come over here.
That was rude.
What the?
Sorry.
What are you doing?
Accident.
Don't make me say it.
Don't say it. Hey.
Hey.
Hey, who turned off the lights?
Right there.
That's a spider. Who turned off the lights?
Yeah, and I might.
It's a spider.
Oh.
There is indeed a spider.
Hey, who turned off the lights?
Oh, I almost
Hey, who
walked
turned
into
off the
the
lights?
North is in here though.
Come on.
I'm going to get touched by the spider, I believe. It's okay with chill, like.
It's not chill. It's not fucking chill. I'm bacon.
Hey guys,
Buh.
that's a dead end.
It's that.
Hey, who turned the light?
What the fuck was the flood?
There's a flying. There's a flying like person outside.
Who's fucking with the lights?
Nah, I'm only
don't know.
banging the lights if you know what I mean.
Wait.
Circuit
Hold on,
boards.
wait, the apparatus is this. The apparatus is this side.
What side?
Her mask makes it look like you've got like a kick-ass,
There's a
like
fine.
pointed chin beard.
Hell yeah. They call me Killjoy. What the hell? Is this the right way?
No, the solid green lines means dead end.
Oh.
And the arrows are meant to point the way back to the
Oh. That's actually, you know, that's sick. I like that.
Yeah, that's Soggy's doing. Soggy MVP.
5-head soggy strats.
Aiko, where are you?
Sup?
Aiko, can you ban Soki? They threw the fucking cool ass on the wall.
What's wrong with that?
Wait, which cool
What's
ass?
wrong with the Stutzi?
Wait, which one?
Hello?
The cool ass.
The room that everybody learns to draw in middle school.
Oh, dude, I used to scribble those on the desks all the time. Those were dope.
Exactly. It's casting.
And then like IKEA fucking arrows on the ground. I just noticed that.
Of
I brought no loot.
Oh, hey, the
Meow.
Ooh, he's watching somebody.
observer. What does an observer do?
Oh, he's observing. He's observing real good.
Main shroud. What?
Somebody
What?
pissed him off.
No! Leave me alone!
No!
No!
Oh, jeez! Don't go in there. Oh my god. He got killed in there. Oh god, you sir. He was on you, man. He gonna eat you. Who that? Oh my god. Consumed by fox. Hey.
Hey. Are you heading to me? Yeah. Hello.
Some in.
Okay, I'm trying. I'm fighting my Wi-Fi.
It's still not letting you connect?
Nope.
You got the right password?
I'm unsure. I'm trying to figure out what my password is right now.
I see. Well, in times like these... Just one moment.
The thing is, I can...
Hello?
Hello?
I don't know what that was.
I don't see it. I just see a bunch of grass.
In times like these, I would reboot the router, but...
Let me go.
It's not... Oh, you did?
What do you mean with like, do you mean...
Just turn it off and on again.
Yeah, I did.
Okay. Do you have the page where you can like edit your internet settings?
Yes.
You might need to look at the security of it and just... It's different in Europe than it is here, so it's a little hard for me to explain.
I think he's mad.
Yeah. And I am in the settings. I'm just trying to find where I would find the...
Well, like devices?
The password. God damn. Because I have the feeling I might just not know the password.
Now it's working.
Don't mind me, man. Just checking out the scenery. Get around, bro.
Take the French one.
I want you, bro.
Why are you glowing?
Wow. Anyone say
Oh my
anywhere?
god.
Glowing just a moment ago.
What happened?
I just brighten everyone's day, I guess.
Beautiful.
Haha. A worm? There's a dog outside, guys.
Maybe.
When's the dog coming?
I had the wrong password, but
Right
instead,
here.
like...
Sure, was a dog. It was you, I think.
Julie?
It's a bit rude.
I feel like there should be a mob which like forces the door to be always reopened.
Yeah. Or someone coming to the dog.
Oh my god, he's coming!
Where are you?
It's okay, guys. It wasn't me who died.
Just quite yet.
Ah, it's okay. Radiant started this shit.
Classic.
That's why they're the meow wow. Sorry, was left behind. Oh my god, Radiant, how could you do such a thing to my bestie?
That's crazy.
Hey!
Hey! Who turned off the lights?
Who turned off the lights? Ah! I'm so scared.
Why was it dark?
Hello?
Long.
¿Dónde está ese orbit?
Shadows.
What the hell?
Is it broken?
Uh-oh.
It's because of experimentation, obviously.
Uh-oh.
Now comes the question, does that work?
Hi.
You're all red.
What the hell, man?
That's a blurry knife.
That is nice color, I like.
Oh, it does work.
Damn it, you can't paint the cheeks. What happened? Why is it broken?
That's a very blurry spray can.
All items that people hoard are gonna become blurry.
Well...
Bro, just put it on the table for me, what the hell?
All right.
Whatever, man.
Lobby reboot moment. Wait, actually, hold on. I'm trying something. Trying something. Hold on.
Oh, leaving and rejoining worked.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We left and rejoined.
What the cheaters?
Well,
I'm gonna
I was
get ready
stuck
for
in the, I was stuck, I was stuck in the, I was stuck in space.
Fellas.
Let us
Yeah, we
in
were
the
stuck in
space.
space.
I went off
See you later. Goodbye. John. Alright, take care.
I can't believe
See
they
you later.
died.
Bye.
Reconnect.
Goodbye, man.
Wait,
Oh my god. Return.
wait, I don't have anything on me at all. What the hell?
Not you. You might need to switch skins though. It's looking a little messed up.
Honestly, it's looking funnier. The hat is just covering the entire head.
all right, reboot. What the hell, man? What even broke it? I don't know if that counts as like the day. Man, frick this. I quit.
The game.
I freaking quit.
There we go. Okay.
Oh, okay.
I relaunched
so look at- I
without
can
the
make it like this.
HD. So we'll see what happens now.
Is it safe?
Oh god.
Oh, I'm looking mighty hot.
Oui, baguette, croissant.
Oh, baguette. Like, what the hell?
Wait.
Oh my god,
Check.
Echo looks different
Check
now.
and check.
Look at this guy.
Hey, stay normal.
Okay. Just fucking disappears. Every time you just
Is that the
speak,
girl from Security Breach?
No.
Every time you just speak, you disappear.
Oh my god.
I hate
what
security
disappeared?
breach.
You.
I
You're
disappeared.
the fucking guy from fucking Digital Circus.
Meow wow.
I'm the guy from Digital Circus?
Yeah. You have no idea. Okay. Until we meet again.
Oh,
Like such small
can you
hands.
see?
Big ass head.
He's hitting that door, people.
You know what else is big? My ego.
My mom.
Bannable. Bannable. My mom.
My mom.
Good one, muscle man.
Probably shouldn't.
You know who else get cheated on?
Me.
I loved her.
Oh no, bro.
I miss my wife. Yes.
Do we have the peoples? What are we seeing?
We do.
Yep.
We have the French, the Swedish, the German. I think.
Sweden?
Do we have the German? It's a German.
We are missing the German.
Germany.
We need the German. We have some schnitzel here.
Where's Yulin Lum?
Some bratwurst
Here.
schnitzel.
He's here, he's here.
Okay, we got Yulin Lum.
Is that
You know,
the German?
I give up trying to make my stuff fit. I don't know how the hell it's working for you guys.
If the boot
fucking
fits.
Like half the people don't have name tags. It is really hard to know who's who.
It's because
Goddamn Furfur, I can't.
They don't have name
something with the
They
name
don't have
thing.
name tags in the head.
Where's Schubert?
Twinkies are so
Is this Schubert? Okay, we got Schubert.
clips into your
Ask him to
thing.
look down if he wants to know their name.
Look the fuck down.
Soggy, are you in here?
Where's Soggy Burger?
She got
The
left behind by
Swedish isn't
Radiance
here.
on the planet.
Wow. Yeah, you left. You
I can't
left
believe
Soggy
you guys
behind.
left behind the MVP like that.
You look great.
Thanks, man.
Yeah.
I tried something
You
new.
look like wait. You look like every white
He looks like he
woman
can use a
ever.
burger.
Thank you.
You know, I could go for a burger. Yeah,
I could go for a burger.
I could go for a burger. One of
So
them.
which one of those is
Burger.
your funny bone?
You look down.
Burger.
Okay, thank you.
Go welcome.
There should be pages
to
to this.
So I literally
No,
can't see
it's
it
the same
unless
with
you look
yours.
down.
Wow.
That's why Furfur is a superior choice.
Why are you Woodman?
Sorry, I want to be.
No, no, where?
Yellow.
Hey,
Hey.
once I had my laptop connected, I decided I wanted to download a bunch of shit, so
everything blew up.
It's real.
My internet, my PC internet had to die for it.
Oh man.
Yeah, I had the wrong password, but instead of telling me, it said can't connect.
Whoa! Chicken!
Honk.
Hey! Who turned out the lights?
Hey, who turned on the lights?
Hey, who turned on the lights? Landing time!
Oh, I get it! Because of course! If you know, you know. I'm not explaining.
Goddamn fur.
If you watched the clip for more than 10 seconds, you would know.
I don't really watch clips.
Oh hey! There's spray paint out here.
Oh my god.
I took a good moment.
It's alright, I got my frames back. Stopped the game. And I'm all out of the game.
Here we go. We're going in.
Oh my god! I can become an egg beater.
See ya! See ya!
What the frick?
Ooh!
Shit, boom!
Oh!
I did.
Oh my god, egg beater? Egg beater? Egg beater?
Oh, we can beat eggs together.
Oh, I love beating things.
If you find someone with 2 eggs,
No!
Yo, some tubert.
Hey man,
Yo, you like my egg
I think
beater?
that observer guy is causing the frame drops though.
Well, he has to stay. He has to stay. He just does. He just has to stay.
Just saying. Just saying, man.
Dude, you just completely ignored this cookie tray.
No, I was going for this jar of pickles.
Oh no, bro! I got my hand stuck in the pickle jar.
Oh god, there's 3 vents in here. I don't like that.
Big chungus.
Me.
Whoa.
What was that dumb little alien chart again? What was mine? Like Zorg?
Oh. There was weak and there was flub. Flug? Oh, you were blug. You were blug.
Plug. Fucking plug.
Wait, is this just... Oh!
I gotta go.
Oh, Jesus Christ. You know what? I'm gonna add the thing that blows this facility up again.
I am going to not play Lethal Company anymore.
It has to be done. No more exceptions. Ah! Mannequin. You're very tall. Like 17 feet tall.
You flatter me.
Where's all the schloot? Whoa. Something broke out. Hello? Oh, what was that? Was that a coil head? Hello?
For you.
Hello?
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 By the way.
Hello?
What is this guy, man?
This Soggy from Sweden.
Oh, hi. You. I mean, hi. Hi.
Yeah, helvete.
Oh. What the fuck?
I'm sorry. I didn't mean
Speak
it.
my language.
I didn't mean it. That's the only word I know. Oh, and I know
He
Aftensparf.
doesn't speak Swedish.
What?
Soggy understands. Soggy knows.
I'm freaking leaving.
Even laugh. What the hell?
Soggy.
I'm so sorry to do that. Also in the moment.
Yeah.
I think I'm leaving, man.
Dude, I'm out of here.
I'm getting out of here.
And I'm out of here forever, to be honest. This is how I die.
Let any fish who meets my gaze learn the true meaning of fear.
Yeah, I do think that dude is lagging up the place. I think we gotta remove him. It's cool balancing because essentially when someone's like too good at the game, they send out hitmen. Like full speed to kill them. So they can't carry anymore. But for some reason he be lagging up the place. I can't really balance it, I don't think.
It can run a lot of games really well.
Coffee.
That is
I don't like,
Yeah.
I don't like coffee.
No.
Yeah.
Sorry.
right.
No.
Zug Zug.
There has been some games I haven't been
Save
able
her!
to run like properly. But
No!
most Steam games I can
What
properly run.
happened?
Someone died.
No.
Oh, it's still warm.
I blame Red Sox
What?
we put off the power.
No, bro, you can't say that.
Hi, I'm Bob the Necromancer. Today we are doing an unboxing.
This is so sad. Play
All I know is I
Despacito.
walked over to the. I walked over to the.
Pick it.
First thing I heard
What? What?
It's a fucking rat.
Why? Why rat? Hello?
I don't know, he looked like a rat. He
That's pretty red. What the fuck? It's not on a ship.
Bark, bark. Oh my god, guys, there's a dog outside.
No, it's a cat.
Bark,
It's not a
bark.
dog.
see shit.
It's a cat.
It was just
It's gonna
me.
eat my face.
You.
What in the seven hails?
Bark, bark. Let me in.
Me too, please. Let me in.
Oh, he's the dog. Don't let him in. Don't trust him.
I'm weird.
Bow your head right now. Show me you are. Oh, Jack. And yet, I fish.
And yet, I fish.
I am
alone.
I am empty. And yet,
Schubert. No. My frames.
Scratching?
That was scary.
Wow, look at the beautiful red dog.
I don't know. Something was behind me and I didn't see it, but I just heard
It's friendly. Let me check.
Yeah. Didn't actually see
Wait,
it.
who left?
Oh, wait, do we have emotes?
No.
Did you make it?
I'm here.
What a gamer.
Let's go.
How were you sitting there? Oh, you were just crouching.
Bro, I just suddenly started solitaire icons like the ship.
Thing.
Yeah.
And yet,
I fish.
Fish.
Why?
Toasty!
It broke in, didn't
Hello,
it?
hi.
Where
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Taking it too soon.
What is
Oh,
good?
thank God.
Thank fuck.
I was about to
I'm
freaking
not
alt F4
worried.
forever. Serious.
Oh, my God, the wall. That's me. You.
Serious satellite.
Ghost, that was fucking terrifying.
That was so scary. The fucking rat
I
just
didn't
came out
even
of
see what
nowhere.
The rats, dude.
Was it literally
It was a rat.
just a rat?
Like, I think
No,
it's
I think
It's not a rat.
came out of nowhere and ate you, dude.
like panther thing.
It's crazy.
But it looks like a rat.
It can jump on the trees and shit.
Oh, no,
What?
that's fine. I never heard it come for it. Just suddenly attacking you, like.
Who's this? That's your
Go to dine? I can't.
Just heard
Hi,
a fucking
Radiant.
piece
It's freaking broken.
I have never fucking heard in the That's fucking
I'll break it right now.
Hong Kong.
Jacob, did it start breaking like this after you got the filter?
Wait. Oh, it fixed. What you said?
I wanna travel. Can I have a travel?
Do
Oh,
you think it might be because of the poltergeist?
Oh, maybe. You think because of the spectate? It could be. It's delayed, but it does fix. Like, we can land.
I'm not clear.
You
Ah!
alright, man?
Yeah.
how does it do? How does it? How does it look when I do it?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's
Yeah.
it. Huge input.
It's me.
Yeah, we can't go to dine yet because it costs money. Yeah, I agree. Yeah. What?
See, it broke when I didn't. So sorry.
And then it's so weird to like go from just a quick, no, like instant loading from vanilla to waiting like a half an hour in whatever.
Guys, we should go to Titan.
Yeah, great idea.
How about no?
How about no?
Are we all going this way? All
It's
the
actually just because of Ico adding in the skins.
Yeah, I think it's all because of the skins. Gotta be.
That'd be bad.
Essentially, customization is not allowed in this game.
And like, because like, okay, the story behind my PC is that when I was what study,
Tree.
I guess just you and me now. Time to die, buddy. Here we go. Back up we go again.
Fuck you! Go back down! I'm stuck. You're stuck.
Going down?
Okay.
You got a problem? Oh, I'm tired.
See ya.
Yes, I'm tired.
I'll wait for you here.
Okay. Wait, land on it!
Anyone need paper?
I'm losing my shit. Kill me! Please!
Okay.
Zug Zug. Hey. Get down from there!
Empty now.
I am explaining PC bullshit.
Kill this guy.
Up off the wall. So you can't walk there.
I mean, you sound very laggy, Mr. Juvie. I think you're getting griefed by your internet right now.
Who went in here?
It's somebody!
Dead end. Dead end, no loot. I already went in here.
I don't know. Nope.
Oh, the key is blurry as hell. Holy moly.
Don't go ahead! Okay, what do you want to do?
I'll just watch then.
Oh, my duck is blurry.
You did choose a very interesting time to have something use your internet. Gotta say. Very peculiar time, man. Oh, there goes my flashlight. She was on dial-up. He's updating a new laptop.
Chewie.
Oh, it's not that. Oh.
We'll take Chewie back to the...
What the hell?
Chewie back to the...
Oh!
Plants are coming. Plants are coming.
No, I'm allergic.
It's retracting.
I'm allergic.
You should probably get away from the plants. They will give you a spore and you will turn into a creature.
You turn that way into a death trap now.
No, I'm allergic.
Ooh, someone got into that.
They make me sneeze. I don't want to sneeze.
That's nothing here.
Oh, now we just hear Lynn. What the fuck?
Which way is the elevator? This way?
This way.
Turkey Slurpee.
Slime.
Cram yourself in. The more the merrier.
Hi. Do you have a company?
Oh!
Cram yourself in. Oh.
I just don't feel so good in here.
It's so...
Let me out.
It's a little crap in here.
Please.
Someone's having my toe.
Oh, jeez. Oh, sorry about that.
It's okay. I forgive you.
Hello.
Hi.
I can't even see a thing.
I'm hearing something scary.
That's my dad.
Just a bit.
Why is this fucking ear this out about again?
Just watching.
Somebody. Oh God.
I hear the siren.
The voices.
If you're hearing voices, I recommend to consult a psychiatrist.
Help.
Have we figured out what? Ah!
Who done did that?
God. Jesus. Get the shit out of here.
I don't want to die. I'm too...
Hello?
Jesus.
But what does that siren mean? Have we found out what it does?
Is there a fucking nuke going off?
That's what I'm wondering too.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Same,
I
right?
want to die by nuke.
El no sabe. It is officially May, which means grass pollen season. Yep.
Not the nuke.
I've been sneezing every day for the past 5 days, maybe more.
Newland is not goth.
This, I mean, that is.
Tornado watch. Oh.
Tornado watch.
Where's the tornado?
So that is not a tornado watch. They don't sound the as somebody in the Midwest, I can tell you they don't sound tornado.
These guys from the Midwest.
Dude, what the freak is your problem?
Hey, I didn't even do anything. You're being really racist.
Did you heard Radiant? Did you heard Radiant?
No, why would I ever do that?
You stabbed me in the kidney.
I didn't. What, kidney?
In the kidney?
You don't need
That's
that,
messed
first
up.
of all. Alright, you got
That's
two of
messed
those.
up.
Those are replaceable. I didn't do
Why
it.
would you do that to their kid?
I hate kids.
Whoa.
Yeah, but now,
That's a big thing to say.
now their child isn't going to be able to walk for the rest of their life.
It's worth it.
When your legs don't work like they used to before.
Get them out of my peripheral vision.
Guys, clip that, clip that.
Oh yeah, Sagi. There's a.
And I'll do it again.
I don't know if I found this outside. I don't know if it still works or not. There's a spray paint in the cabinet.
Hey, you know what? You know what, Jack? You should just go and get some Culvers.
Where's the spray paint?
Wish I could, but I'm broke.
I thought. Well, I thought that. Oh.
Wait a second.
Let's just spray air.
Wait, is anybody else's hand shaking when Sagi shakes the?
Do we say pull the lever?
Wait,
pull the lever.
Shake the can. Shake the can.
I'm shaking, I'm shaking.
No, nothing happening on
mine is.
I don't see it.
I'm shaking.
Why is my hand shaking?
Am I holding your?
Wait, I can see it. I can see it. I can see it.
No,
I can actually see
in the
it.
cabinet.
Yeah, I took it out of the camera. Wait, pick it up.
I can see it shaking. Wait, let me shake it and see if it's contaminated or something.
Contaminated? Oh, why did you spray it? No paint came out for me when I was spraying paint. When I was spraying it.
Oh.
You don't
No
have the
paint was
proper
coming out when I was
stroke
spraying it. What the fuck? I guess you're just the chosen one. Oh, okay, you complain about me doing it after you do a thing on the wall. Okay, I see how it is. I see how it is. I see how it is.
Very mature, guys.
I know. Thank
You
me.
agree?
Your honest work is invaluable to the company.
Oh.
Hey! Hey!
What the fuck? That doesn't sound good.
Why is he mad?
Probably.
Can we buy another spray paint can?
Yes.
Oh, can we buy something fun?
Yes. Check this out right here.
I'm checking. Oh, I don't see. Oh my god.
Dude, bless you, man.
Oh. Thanks, bud. Hey, I'm trying to watch the show.
Alright, we're broke.
What happened?
What is that? Are you... I do like IKEA. Can't deny.
I'm too fucking short that now the fucking cool ass on the wall is fucked. I'm tiny. The game called me fucking short. What? Meant to being short.
Did you drop the yes?
I tried, but I'm too.
Hey, what's so funny about being an IKEA enjoyer?
The game said fuck you.
Hey,
Even though I'm
what's your replacement, huh?
my pen is in storage. What the fuck?
What does Poland have? Poland has.
I'm a mighty 5'7".
Oh man. So it's with like an L
measurement, please.
I'm 170.
7 cm taller. Lol.
No, I'm a mighty 170. I'm quite tall. I'm quite mighty.
Not gonna lie, you give off like
Jesus
100.
Why am I climbing it?
What?
I'm out of here.
They think I'm Swedish.
What the dog doing?
All of these questions is yes. You begin your
What the dog?
What the dog doing?
What the dog doing?
Visited Sweden before having ever stepped foot in IKEA? That's crazy.
Appreciate that.
We're flying away now. Everybody better be on board.
No. Or else.
Mind you.
It's okay, we have nobody to lose every day.
It's getting late for me, so.
Hey, good night, man. Thank you for playing.
Was fun to join for a few.
Yes. Helvete. No, no, I was just, it's just, he's from Denmark.
Hi.
Hi.
Neighbor.
Oh, IKEA.
Neighbor, yeah.
A bridge away.
He doesn't know the difference.
No, I don't know.
We can hate Soki together. She's Swedish.
Well, I hate Sweden too.
Oh, IKEA spaghetti.
She's changing sides. This is good. Very good.
As a Finnish person, no.
Don't listen to him. He just hates me because. Yeah.
Yep, per Kale.
I don't like Sweden either.
Oh, based. For two. Based. That's pretty good. Yeah. Nice.
Don't listen to this Chuddy.
It's kind of true. What the fuck?
What did you call him?
Chuddy.
Oh, okay.
Chuddy. Wow. What the fuck?
Well, dude, we're kind of broke.
Oh, yeah, I see it.
Every time I join for some job, a Swedish person just press hard on me. What do I do?
Oh, you don't even have a knife in your hand anymore.
I don't know what you said.
Yeah, I'm scratching your back. Hey, later man, GG.
Later man.
Bye.
Something is happening.
Yeah, truly, whenever you make that sound, that is what's staring at me making that noise, by the way, just saying.
Here's a Chuddy. What's up, Cairo?
You good?
I'm entering the atmosphere so hard right
I'm
now.
back and just in time.
This one next to the airport in Belfast.
You're piss yellow.
Norway.
Knife body waist color, genius.
What did she say?
Body waist color.
I go reheat my coffee really quick.
Does this one take longer? Oh, unfortunately.
Dude. That was not nice.
Yeah, but if I succeeded, it would have been funny.
It would have been pretty funny.
What I freaking built, man! I am alone!
Now it's a long cooldown!
Just gonna have to walk.
Yeah.
And yet, I fish.
Glorp! I'm gonna go make some coffee and smoke.
If an entity has come in contact with a crew member, please refrain from immediate self-defense. Instead, ask the crew member the following. Is the
Beer bag
entity
gamers.
aggressive? Are you injured? Do you need assistance? If the answer to all of these questions is yes, you begin your self-defense measures. If the crew member is stressed, strike a question like, how was your day? Thank you for your cooperation and happy travels. If an entity has come in contact with a crew member, please refrain from immediate self-defense. Instead, ask the crew member the following. Is the entity being aggressive? Are you injured? Do you need assistance? If the answer to all of these questions is yes, you begin your self-defense measures. If the crew member is stressed, strike a question like, how was your day? Thank you for your cooperation and happy travels.
Hello.
Right?
I think it's gonna be a problem.
I don't see anything, just a tree.
Hey. Oh my god, welcome, man.
Hi!
Oh my god, meow, wow.
The hell's going on in here?
If the answer to all of these questions is yes, you can give
Oh my god, this is the poop corner? Wow.
question like,
oh my
how was your
god.
day? Thank you for your cooperation.
Beautiful artwork.
Oh my wow.
Wow. So HD. Who's middle fingering? Why?
Silly you, that's not a middle finger.
LOL.
It's a nose. Wow.
Lol.
Dude.
What did he?
Can you say that? Oh, okay.
If an entity has come in contact with a crew member, please refrain from immediate self-defense. Instead, ask the crew member the following. Is the entity being aggressive? Are you injured? If the answer to all of these questions is yes, you begin your self-defense. If the crew member is stressed, ask questions like, how was your day? Thank you for your cooperation and happy travels.
Oh, all the blood's gone. Why is he laughing? Stop having fun.
Shut up. Bulge. Get him off me. Get him off me.
If an entity has come in contact with
Oh my
a crew member,
god.
please refrain from immediate self-defense. Instead,
Good lord, they're all dead. Oh, there goes
I
some
was just
blood.
looking at bees earlier, and then they just hook me.
do you need assistance? If the answer to all of these questions is yes, you begin your self-defense. If the crew member is stressed,
You're bald.
like, how was your
No,
day?
you're bald.
Thank you for your cooperation and
No,
happy
you're
travels.
bald. No, you're 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 bald. No, you're...
That was a one. Wait, where's Yulan?
Come in contact with a crew member. Please refrain from immediate self-defense. Is the entity being aggressive?
Not nice.
You need assistance.
Dude,
Wait, why is it over
get
here?
so
Didn't even
pranked,
gonna do
like...
this, so I was gonna jump down to kill myself, but I was too far from
Oh,
it.
I didn't... Oh, wait. I did do it.
You just suck.
Wait.
I'm just gonna go with this horse. Sorry, man.
Wait, how did I mistime
Is
it?
any...
That thing's way faster than I thought then.
Sorry?
Hello.
Huh? Where is Yulan?
Probably dead.
Oh,
That's it, man.
he is dead? Damn it.
Yeah.
Who's just behind him?
Yeah.
He's
Yeah.
outside the ship.
No, he's pretty dead. Oh. Oh.
New best friend. Oh.
You murderer.
That wasn't me.
Oh.
Bro, the knife is invisible in your hands, it's crazy.
It doesn't even look like you're swinging, you're just standing there. Making
Guys, they're going back to
sounds.
the beehive. They're going back to the beehive.
Hey, drop it, let me try.
The bees are no longer roaming. We can go grab the items now.
No, I see it.
Am I swinging?
Yeah, no, I see the whole
so
knife.
It's just you then.
Is it fixed now?
No.
No?
Wait, where'd it go?
You don't? That's so
I
strange.
didn't even see it on you.
No, I don't see it too. Now I see it.
Now it's working.
Okay.
No.
Oh, there's
Yeah.
Yulan.
Yoland! Oh my goodness.
Lind.
Lind.
Gracious.
Oh, I think not my own might be dead.
YOLO, Lind.
Pick a victim.
Yeah, watch this, watch this.
75
Are we
seconds.
leaving?
No. Why you do that?
I mean, nobody else is
Oh,
going in, or is
oh, I
there
thought you were
already someone
dead.
inside?
You weren't moving.
That's it, we're leaving then.
I stopped for like 2 seconds to read the message.
Oh. That was horrible timing.
But what if someone is gonna be inside in like a minute?
Wait, that's too damn bad.
Yeah, don't stand too close. So are we leaving now? So I can grab the beehive?
She hates us, man, I swear.
I agree. Leaving, 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 leaving! Quickly! Ow, ow. I mean, stung.
Oh my god, he got zapped.
Hello?
I heard you getting grabbed. I heard this.
I almost got left behind because I jumped on like the little mountain and I almost got left behind. That would have been really funny.
Open the door.
That would have been sad.
No.
I would have cried.
Open the door.
Cry, baby girl, it's gonna be okay.
Stay in there, think about what you've done.
Thank you for not leaving my... Wait, yeah, thank you for not leaving my shopping cart.
Shopping cart's pretty sick.
Wait.
Can we go to an expensive island?
Are you
in?
We're kind of broke.
Outside.
Oh.
What the fuck?
I can't open the door.
Opening door.
Yeah, I do want to go to a snow one, but we can't.
Like Ren?
Yeah. We only have 151 pointerinos. Yeah, we're pretty broke.
Planet that makes me pick up body parts for 10 hours.
That's Ren. Or is it Dine?
I'm gonna park this next to the door.
Ren is chill.
Unless it's not.
Well, we're gonna go to March. We're gonna go March.
But it's May.
May.
I'm killing.
I was about to get like a stupid joke as well, being like, we're going to April.
I know what you're
Gonna bring a key with me.
Please refrain from
What if
immediate
this?
self-defense. Instead, ask
What did you say? Smoge.
Are you injured? Do you need assistance? If the answer to all of these questions is yes, you begin your self-defense.
I wonder if my coffee's exploding. Probably.
How was your day? Thank you for your
Let's talk about
cooperation.
Joe, shall we?
We're back drinking coffee.
To go to the fire exit.
Oh, this is this bullshit.
Sorry about the bees, Yulan.
I hate to inform you, but we have lost the shopping cart.
What? We didn't.
Bro, what? Does the thing not work anymore?
No, you didn't.
What do you
I'm
do,
still
man?
alive, motherfucker.
Inverse teleport doesn't work, man.
How of all?
I walked out like fucking. I walked out like fucking Barbosa.
How fucking blind are you? Like you went fucking like beeline into the fucking water. You didn't
I'm not
even
used. I'm not
hesitate.
used to this map yet. Okay.
You were just fucking beelining straight into the fucking thing. These chances like.
Man, it's hot today, huh? It's hot today, eh? Man, hot today, eh? What do you think you're doing? On a scale of 1 to zooted, how much? That is the, like, perfect alien head shape. That's so good. Is it great?
Yeah.
Everyone runs off in this.
Thanks for the games.
Oh, you're GGing?
Yeah.
Thanks for the gaming. Thank you for playing. Good luck out there. He doesn't like us anymore.
He hates us.
Zeeps Lord Bleep Glorp.
Huh?
I'm just gonna say it. Sleep Lieben. Oh, sorry.
That explains the green stuff next
Why
to your
you-
mouth. He glorped all over you.
Why are you grabbing your back like it hurts?
He's old, man.
There. It'll be okay.
I'm old.
Oh.
Alright, we need a volunteer.
That's a good one right
The
there.
thing doesn't work anymore, I think. I don't know, man. The teleport into teleport. I don't think it works anymore.
It should. It's just maybe like rough timing. Or maybe it doesn't work anymore. Try it.
Wait, I have to test it on myself then, unfortunately. It's the only one who won't resist.
No, it totally works. Was that a turret? What's going on there? What's even happening here? Oh. Hey. Nice!
Hello.
The glow-in-the-dark
didn't
stars
say
from
we
the
collected
90s. I used to have those all over my walls. Oh, I think Red 6 might be dead.
I'm not gonna grab just why I keep seeing the trash can lid and thinking it's.
You weren't moving.
mine.
What happened?
Sent you a DM.
Oh. Very
Whoa!
Wait, why are you waiting?
Boy.
Is
Ah!
Radiant
Help!
stretched for anybody else?
Earlier she was grabbing her like her thigh, and it looked like her back hurt. You're recreating my room from like the 90s. This is what it looked like. It had stars everywhere.
My little brother had these.
I had these and I had Jupiter. I don't know why Jupiter specifically, but I had Jupiter, which isn't even my favorite planet.
I mean, it's one of the biggest celestial objects in our solar system, and you can see it from Earth.
Yeah, but like Neptune's way cooler.
Yeah, but Poseidon's a dick.
I mean, it could be Zeus. I'd rather follow
Neptune
Poseidon.
was Poseidon or
Dude.
I don't know.
No, you're right. Neptune is Poseidon.
So did you guys find the apparatus?
Yes, I know. I've seen it. I forgot fucking where it
Jupiter's the
was.
coolest. Downvote.
I know kind of where it is, but not really.
All right. Well, I brought the shopping cart back with all the loot because
I mean,
I figured, they're just gonna grab the one last thing and then we'll be out of here.
There was stuff. People died.
Stuff.
Which moon is the coolest? I think the coolest moon is Europa.
I think we lost 3 people for some bullshit. I don't know how.
How do I make mine smaller?
What the fuck?
Okay, buddy. Alright.
Did
What,
you
man?
skip TP?
Oh, plus and minus.
Wasn't mine.
Europa's one of Jupiter's moons? Yeah, but that's unrelated. Just, I like the moon,
Is it
Europa.
plus and minus on the
Neptune
keypad
looks cooler.
or next to backspace?
Jupiter is super interesting, but I like
Howard.
Neptune more. I think Neptune's
Because
super
apparently
cool.
they're different. Plus and minuses.
Yeah,
I have a different keyboard.
Wait.
I
What,
got a
what's
Swedish
broken?
keyboard. I don't know how to change things.
Okay, so we have the same
Yeah.
one. Okay, so
Yeah.
I think R plus is
got
the
everyone, right?
question mark
Everyone's on board?
button. That's the one,
Yeah.
and the minus is next to the shift.
Hey, we're lifting off!
Yeah.
Then you have the non-back ones.
Well, no, mine minus is not next to it. Still not small. Yes.
E plus left mouse button to erase.
All these worlds are yours, but Europa? What do you mean worlds?
That's not working for me either.
Ow.
Oh, you guys are still outside.
That's fine.
Zug Zug.
I guess I'm just
Welcome
not
back,
there
Bruce.
to
Welcome
do
back, Red.
keyboard.
Everyone
Can we
gets
be ready,
TD.
please?
do show like
I'm not gonna lie, I missed this so much.
Help! Help me! Help us!
I love you.
I mean,
We're still outside. What the hell?
And I miss you.
No, no. I'm trying to look for the. I'm trying to
Prepare
look
for
for
atmospheric
I can't find it.
Prepare for landing.
We've told you
Go to,
before,
go to
you're an
lethal
outside
config
dog.
and better spray paint. Yeah, go
they're
to
not a dog,
config
they're
better
cereal.
spray paint. There's client signed and like general like allow erasing.
Why is the fence so
For
laggy?
example, allow color change, stuff like that. And then
Man, this is
there's
taking a while.
the.
So slow.
It's always taking a while.
Oh my god.
That fucking beat though.
Help! Help!
The fucking Tesla coil sounding ass.
How many volts it got, bro?
I like Neptune.
Wario getting fucking tased by police.
Neptune's blue. It looks cool. I like to think of Neptune as like Kamino from Star Wars, except without, you know, the actual ability. I'm wondering if this is gonna crash or not.
Just kill the man. Put a gun against his head. Oh no. Oh, the trigger, now he's dead. Mama.
We're in!
Hello there.
Yay! Can somebody not put this TV not in the middle of the intersection?
Is Jupiter the most interesting? I feel like solely because of all the discussions about Pluto, whether it is or isn't a planet in the past, like, 30 billion decades, I think Pluto is the most interesting. Oh. I like Europa because it makes me think of Destiny 2, and Europa has the best Destiny 2 content. It's not even close. Neptune had cool content too because it had. I mean, everyone hated that expansion, I guess, but I like Neptune. I always like Neptune. Jupiter looks cool, and Saturn low-key might be the most interesting because of the rings. Although Jupiter can also have rings, right? Occasionally or something like that. They're like really faint. You can see them sometimes. That do be pretty cool.
You killed Jack.
Help!
Hug the wall.
Help!
Come over here.
Help me!
Yes.
Please help! Please! Help me!
Help you with what? What do you need help with?
I need a key!
This looks so fucking
You are?
spooky though with people running
I need a key!
here and here.
Oh my goodness!
There's turrets all over the place.
There's what?
3 turrets in.
Oh. There's one over here too.
Look, take a look.
Oh my, wow.
Upstairs.
What the hell? This is crazy.
I'm sorry, Jack.
Now what do we do? Oh.
He's got to go.
I'm going in!
I wanna go to fire exit maybe. Did you go fire exit?
No, I teleported.
Okay.
Oh! See you around.
That's filthy evil.
Some people might have done it.
That's okay. Sometimes. Oh. Oh my god, who's this? Jackery!
Okay.
Oh my god. They killed Jackery. Turret hell. Oh god. No. I'm scared.
I don't understand it either.
Please.
It's okay.
What's happening?
I'm in trouble.
Echo, why is there siren?
I can't tell you. That's a secret. Meowdy.
Is it at the observer?
Yeah.
Okay, I thought
It means
so.
it found a target and they spawned in something.
It's Joel.
Someone will die.
We're matching. Wait.
Someone is going to die.
We're laughing, but
Yeah, Jack already died
My bad.
because
I
of
laugh
Red,
when I'm happy.
so...
I'm just happy about our shared bonds, and this is how you feel.
I laugh when I'm happy.
There's a dog.
Oh my god, really?
There's a dog.
It's kind of.
That makes two
No,
Alright, who's gonna go? Let's see. This guy can go.
First Mercury, then Venus, saw the Earth, then Mars.
And yet,
What the fuck is that sound?
They're here.
It's a dog.
He fell over.
No, the other thing.
They're here.
What's that thing that happens? Why does it just keep pulling over? I don't understand.
Let any fish
There's a knife
meet
on
my
him.
gaze. Let the true meaning
So
of
his
fear.
assistant's just coming over and giving us a knife or
I am the
something?
harbinger of death. The bane of creatures of Arqueus.
Can you try to
My
kill
rod
him so
is
it drops
true
a knife?
and unwavering.
Take a knife, be gay, do crime.
Trying to get Josh reference? Yes.
Thanks.
Saw the Earth and Mars. Yeah, they won the thing, the phone call, right? First Mercury, then Venus, saw the Earth and Mars.
The heck? I can change the color. But where did the dog go?
Neptune was the answer, right?
What?
Neptune, it's Neptune.
He's just chilling.
Is he stuck?
Told you,
How would he
Neptune's
be?
just cooler. Hey.
We got him. Oh no! Watch out, bro. He's gonna get you. Get closer.
I'm
Get
pulling the
closer.
lever. You're all gonna be left behind.
What? Why would you do such a thing, man?
I'm doing what I must.
So we have to
For the glory of mankind.
You might want to get on the ship.
Bring get on, get on. No, you monster, you monster.
Whoa, whoa, I gave warning. I gave warning. This is your fault.
I mean, I could give a warning.
I gave
I
4
could
warnings.
give a
If you can't listen to my warnings, skill issue.
But he got the CC, he wasn't left behind, so it's not our fault.
Yeah.
That's so mean, I
Red 6, your life.
I said it 5 times!
It wasn't me.
Red, you fucking killed Jack. You fucking killed Jack.
me.
I gave
fucking
Let's go to a profitable planet.
I am a witness. I am a witness.
GG Juice! Glory to mankind. What is it?
You didn't say shit.
January, I got it.
I was the only one warning him.
Never kill him. That's his.
You would fucking kill him.
Tell who?
What the?
Your life is
Gaslight him
forfeit.
into believing it's his fault he died.
Did you die?
He died to
Okay.
This motherfucker hit a turret and just swung around and killed me.
I am a neutral party in this. I was a witness. I was a witness. So.
I don't think that's
but there
neutral
was
if you're a
so
witness.
What?
Touche, right? So
Hearing
Red,
Eric
Red
say
was,
neutral party is kind of funny.
Shut the fuck up.
Doghouse.
What are you telling me? Is he
Red
not a
6
neutral
He could have
person?
saved me. He could have taken bullets for him, but no, he was hiding on top of the elevator like the coward he is.
What do you need to purchase?
Fuck that.
Copying
Can I get a golf
copying a
GF
hero or
and like
something.
We do not need that. Yeah,
Xboxes?
yeah, that's what you get. To be honest, that's honestly what you get.
All right, 2 golf GFs, one from here for
Okay, that's
Come here, Red.
yeah.
You
That's,
want 3? Do you want 2 of them? Oh my god. She's so greedy, bro.
I'm gonna buy a pack of cigarettes.
Fucking car.
Wait, did you just sell all again?
I did.
Yeah, we bought the car. We bought
My car!
Vroom, vroom.
The car.
Wait, why does it sell? That's not supposed to sell.
We have a car now.
Wait, the car isn't supposed to be sellable.
I like the car. I like the car.
I'm gonna make it valued at literally 0. Maybe that'll work. I don't want it to sell. I want it to stay. Why would they do this? They broke the cart. Okay, we need to save enough to go to the planets. We're gonna go to Snowland. Uh-oh. I'm sure that's working out just fine.
Entity, anomaly, there needs to be other words.
What is this that word?
Generic,
I find it's quite
weird enemy.
If an entity is coming apart,
This doesn't work for me. I'm sad though.
My freaking TV show.
What?
do you need assistance? If the answer to all of these questions is yes, you begin your self-defense
Oh, hell yeah.
measure.
It's the Mickey Mouse fun hat.
We have car now. We have car
Hot
now.
dog, hot diggity dog. What's the doesn't claim?
There's a bed inside my TV right now.
Yeah,
The car
Sure, you
is
can
on.
what are you doing right now?
The car is a bit fucked, but it's
What?
on.
You spawned a bed.
Yeah, I'm bringing back the furnishings. We gotta make the, you know, the second floor just needs to look a little bit better. You know what I mean? Like, it's too empty up here.
Here.
You know, if this had one more candle, it would be a menorah.
True.
I think.
Whoa.
What the dog doing?
You know, Jupiter emits more heat than it receives from the sun, almost twice its intake. Now I hate it even more.
Advertisement.
I kind of dig it.
He's still in here.
Who's Soggy? Yeah. I think this is self-advertisement.
Let me out. I can't. Koyo,
Okay,
help.
this is my last.
What
Uncle
happened?
Chili.
And then I
It's
sleep.
Chili.
Koyo, help. I can't get out of the doghouse.
Ah!
Where's Chili?
Thank you.
Where's Chili? Where's
She's
Chili?
hiding.
Chili.
Chubert.
Chili. 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 Chili.
Chubert.
Hey, Chili.
Instead, ask
Remember the MTV were like, oh, how did I only now find out you're an artist? Don't you remember the penises I've been drawing whenever we had spray paint? Didn't I give you a clue?
Is everyone on board? I'm flying.
You're an artist.
I draw penises on walls.
I'm flying. I'm flying. I'm flying. I'm flying. I'm flying. I'm flying. I'm
He's
flying.
actually a really good artist, though.
I found a very quick, effective way of drawing them really fast too.
Okay, so
Ginuri. Ekkoar.
What? Nudity is not
believe it.
sexual. Thank you. I learned it when I was playing MVM.
How to summarize Soki's drawings? He's pulling his cock out.
Which moon? Which of the snow moons sucked? Was it Dine?
Dine is the
Soggy
body part
cereal.
galore.
Born April 16th, 1998, is a Belgian YouTuber and programmer. He is known for making commentary videos about different topics.
What?
I wish I had a job. I wish I had a job.
I looked up soggy cereal on Google.
Well, see, that's why you
Oh,
messed
I
up
know
with
who that
soggy
is.
fuck cereal. That's where you messed up.
Ah, okay.
Or soggy ass cereal if you know me on VR chat.
Sweet.
I don't think we're in the same circles in VR chat. Unless you know Euland.
Hey, we're gonna go to Rend.
Yeah.
You look so cozy, man.
I don't know.
Oh, thank you.
That part I don't know. We're landing.
We're landing.
Are we
We're
there yet?
landing.
Are we there yet? Are we there yet?
Not I'm gonna turn the ship around. I'm gonna do it.
Are we there yet? Are we there yet?
Sorry.
I'm going to my sofa. Oh, just kidding.
Channel with the scout video and the.
Oh, that is.
Damn, everyone's getting
I'm a
laptops.
scout me in the heart.
Thought she was in TF2.
Good to see you, Rhyme.
Sigh.
That's cool.
I love scout.
Everyone's laptop gaming. Even Mr. Judy got a laptop.
Journey by my beloved.
My laptop's on at the moment. It's monitoring the chat. I see trees of green and red roses too.
Yo, painting.
I don't wanna be here in this place right now.
Hi.
Useless.
Hello. Hello. See, there's
Welcome to my kitchen.
Mine turtle.
I guess I'll just bring the painting.
I'm like, hey, what's up? Hello.
It's your brilliant.
Is Sawyer the type of person to stand up and try to get her bags out as soon as the plane hits the yeah, I would do that.
Cool.
Nothing else in here.
Soggy,
Yeah.
are you the type of person to stand up and try to get your bag out as soon as the plane hits the tarmac?
No, I wait until pretty much everyone has left the plane before I leave.
Soggy seems like a person who claps when the plane lands.
Why do you hate me?
Wait, what's wrong with that?
Why do you hate me?
Cringe.
Ah! Why me?
You hate. No,
Me?
I'm spraying on top.
Oh.
I'm spraying on top. I'm marking.
Oh. Why are your fellow employees skinwalkers? We're not. They're not skinwalkers. See, look, Yuland is
Alright, there is one more door to check upstairs.
a furry French thing. Is that John Christmas? No. War.
War never changes.
War never changes.
All the other kids with the punked up.
All the other kids with their pampara kick. Holy smokes! I just ran into it. I literally just ran it. That's crazy.
What did you?
That's
I've
crazy.
never encountered this motherfucker. I don't know how to fight him. All I know is you need to look when his eye pops out.
Yeah, you have to stand. You have to stand still.
Eye pops out.
I thought he followed me around the corner.
Why is it coming after me? I did nothing, bro.
Why is anything coming these days? I just don't get it.
He knows of your sins, Red.
It's fun.
I have no sins.
It's like a fun setting.
That's not for you to decide, motherfucker.
Silly string.
No.
That's what it's called.
God
Silly
knows
string.
what you did, Red.
Coming in this economy, I just can't believe it.
No,
Couldn't be
Wasting
me.
resources like that.
Is he
takes place.
hiding?
Exactly.
There's a red somewhere.
We're running out of that stuff, man. Everyone's got the red 40 in their
Don't
veins.
worry, I can fix that.
What? What does that mean?
Don't worry, I'll fix
Moderators?
Moderator?
I know one of the moderators in the Twitch chat, so like you can't be mean to me. My shovel is right there. I've never been good at killing this guy. I need to learn better.
I used to be good, and then they added the mechanic that he can kick you, and then it all just fell apart.
Yeah.
Now he just kicks you, and it's just over. Now it's freaking over. Chuber!
Barry didn't even open the cabinets. He doesn't know what he's doing.
Like my shovel is right there. I hit him twice, so I think he needs 3 more hits and he's down.
I ran right into his
My
gun.
card is missing, and so is my heart.
My heart.
Amen.
I loved her.
The I don't know when the mod for like buying shotgun shells works. I don't know if it does. Then it would be heat.
That would be pretty nice. That would be
'Cause,
pretty
like
nice.
saving the bullets is highly annoying. Like I don't mind fighting to get the gun, the bullets.
Oh! Damn.
Oh my god! That was incredibly unfortunate.
The double
How
kill
many
there.
times did
I
we hit
walked
him?
in and got shot.
Oh.
Nice one,
I
man.
hit him twice.
I was trying to find where your body was, Soggy.
Stairs. My shovel is like on the left side of the right side of the stairs when you walk in.
Can you hear
Left
me?
side if you're on the stairs.
Yo, Shine Marsh, like, totally cool to
That's
see that. What's
irrelevant
good?
knowledge now.
I would have killed it too if I didn't get.
If it wasn't for those meddling kids.
Those battling kids.
And their dumb dog.
I wouldn't have died.
I saw
if I
Yulin
didn't.
running up with the nutcracker at the door as I was going in, and it just go immediately.
Yeah, that is pretty unfortunate.
You know who else is unfortunate?
My mom! Oh.
My mom!
Oh!
Why is the spider tweaking?
Hungry.
Hungry. Man, I love Courage the Cowardly Dog. Man, I love that guy.
What the dog doing?
What the dog doing? What the Schubert doing?
I'm doing.
What is Schubert doing?
Schubert Dubert.
Boil
Where are you going? Where are you
coming
going?
for my ass.
And why?
Where are you?
Where are you? And I'm so sorry. You guys listen to any good music
Are you
lately?
really sorry?
Usually, you know, I think I am. Usually I think I am sorry. But only usually.
I've been listening to And Now I Fish. Brilliant banger of a song.
Bro. That needs to be a full song, honestly. Get like Bring Me the Horizon to like cover it.
And now.
Hell yeah.
And yet.
Jibal.
I
fish.
Wait, did we all
Jibal.
die? Oh no, they left. Okay, thank God. I got
We would
scared
never
for a
all
minute.
die.
Yonkagor. Hello? What was this noise? I think we'll just stay here, yeah?
Is that the fucking crone tube? Just...
Is that the bite of A7?
Like, tell us something your mum doesn't know.
Oh yeah. Come on, England.
Come on, England. Let's score some fucking goals.
Where's Rose? Rose, you're done playing? Scared it. Scared it.
Scary.
Scared it.
Skibbity.
Scared it. You guys remember that meme?
Skibbity.
No, scared it. Escada. Good times.
Hey, how do you?
Okay.
Oh no.
See you around. All right, how's it looking over here? Oh, magic 7 ball. Something is escaping the hatches. Coffee mug. A little. Oh, look! What is that thing? What is that? On the mug? No. What a little goofy goober. Little goofy guy. Oh, hey man. Oh, hey man.
Oh my God, hi Bessie.
Oh, hey man.
I feel like you mean that.
Oh, hey man.
I'm sorry. Would a dust help?
Hey man, I don't
Wow.
feel so good, man.
Nice one.
Hey man, like, I'm bleeding out, man. Oh. Oh man. Oh man! I found the exit, man. Oh hey man.
You did.
Oh, soccer ball.
I'll take that, man.
What was your age?
All right, man. Who speaks like that? What is that, like a... It's always been there. I always feel like somebody's watching me. I can't get no privacy. No. I always feel like he's watching me. Oh man. I'm gonna take a swig of my coffee, man. Wait, how is it already 4:40? I shouldn't be drinking coffee no more. Oh man. Drink whatever you want. At 4:40, it's a bad idea, because then I'm not going to sleep. I ain't going to sleep. Is Schubert alive? They're alive. Alive? I'm going to do what I must. What's he doing? Oh, hey, man.
Oh, hello. Did
Oh, hey,
Ray
man.
leave? No,
I don't know.
they're still here.
Don't leave
They were.
Michael, don't leave me here.
Oh, man.
So did anybody get got by the
God, you suck.
Oh, man. Yeah, but now you have to go find your stuff again.
Koyo, your flashlight's by the entrance, by the way.
Oh, thanks, man.
Yeah. I heard gunshots, but I didn't hear anyone scream, so I doubt anyone died.
My cash register.
They say still drinking Monster at nearly 10 p.m. Yeah, but that's a complete different schedule, Diff. I try to wake up early. Oh, man. I kind of want to teleport, man, and now I can't, man. Me when I'm radiant.
Should I go back in?
Do it, no balls.
Okay.
Wait, what is this
If an
cat?
entity has come in contact with a crew member, please refrain from immediate self-defense. Instead, ask the crew member the following. Is the entity being aggressive? Are you injured? Do you need assistance? If the answer to all of these questions is yes, you begin your self-defense measures. If the crew member is stressed, strike a question like, how was your day? Thank you for your cooperation and happy travels.
What? You look like you're judging.
No, I'm just ready to go. I went back to the facility and there was a barber there, and it was like, oh, you know what? I don't want to deal with this.
Yeah, that's fair.
I wanna do it normal.
Look, cat. You can barely tell, but you can see. Wow, cats.
How large is the high cube can almost
If
be
an entity
confused by
has
the
come in
fucking building
contact with a
itself.
crew member, please refrain from immediate self-defense.
Fucking go.
Instead, ask the crew member the following. Is the entity being aggressive? Are you injured? Do you need assistance? If the answer to all of these questions is yes, you begin your self-defense measures. If the crew member is stressed, strike a question like, how was your day?
I just
Thank you for your
distracted
cooperation and happy
I was gonna go back inside, but when I went in through the front door, I saw Nutcracker doing figure eights.
Yo, that's pretty radical, dude.
So I was like, nope.
If you go through the fire
Here's
escape, you're
your
inside the
flashlight
plants.
back, Koyo.
Oh, thank you.
Didn't
Thanks.
know he was chill like that.
Oh,
Is there a
thanks, man.
shovel? I can try to kill it.
Yeah, heavy
Where is it
emphasis
land?
on the cry.
I mean, we could probably buy one.
Should be right over here.
Yeah, it's 5 PM. You have time to buy it and go get
Yeah,
it.
man. I bought some flashlights, man.
Doggy!
I bought some flashlights, man. Have you ever asked your shipmate how their day has been going? No, I don't particularly care.
Nice.
Frick my shipmates.
What? I do.
I'm also coming.
Which way is the...
Mortadella. It's so low poly. Hey, man. I'm gonna tell you a story about my favorite VR chat streamer. Well, they're blue.
Okay, stop.
How do we get out of here? And why it's green? I can see the tree through your head. What the?
Whoa.
This is crazy. What the hell was that noise? Hello? Oh god!
What?
No, it's just I heard the sound of the and then you just walked in very slowly and it was like, oh, you're like the thing and it's not good. We should probably go check if these peoples are alive.
Yeah, probably.
Alright, Schubert looks to be dead. Just a theory. Yeah, that would be correct.
Death by gunshot.
Yeah, Soggy seems to also be
Warning,
dead.
the autopilot ship will leave at midnight. Please return quickly.
Okay, I think everyone died in that expedition. Clearly not Expedition 33. Is that dead Red 6? How did he die outside? Oh my god, they're all dead. What happened? Oh, that's half a body. Oh, never mind. Oh my god. Pull it. Is that Bisham? Oh, okay. Through a wall is crazy. Through a wall is, you know, that's honestly, that's crazy.
Hey, Jacob.
Hey, sup? Oh, you know how it is.
There was 3 nutcrackers and a barber.
Dead.
Oh.
Dead.
If it wasn't for the barber, I would have killed one and shot the other 2. God damn it.
That damn barber. Them damn barbers right there, let me tell you what.
Let's buy more shovels.
That is a good idea. Okay, we're broke, guys. These are our final shovels forever.
It's over.
No, it's winnable. We have gamers, alright? We have gamer- where are you? We have gamers.
Where?
I don't know. That's a good question.
Where are those gamers you talk about?
They're in Topeka, Kansas.
The guy eating chips.
The real gamers.
Where are the cages? Where's our game?
Clean me up, Scotty. I'm out of here. Oh. Soda! Oh yeah, part of time. Why is your Voices of the Void GF here? I just couldn't live without her. It's the truth. I couldn't do it. I needed her around. Even here And no one would have believed me if this didn't happen on stream. Think about that. Think about that. Surely someone stayed. You know, to acquire the shovels. Am I locked in here? Did I just coincidentally spawn in like the worst possible place? I think I did. Me thinks me did. Me really thinks that's what happened. Dude, the other day I saw the Pioneer DJ thing in the basement. I looked at it, I was like, this would be so cool. And I just put it I put it back down. I was like, yeah, that'd be so cool, right? Like, that'd be really so cool. Places it down. Yeah, it's like a CDJ. Alpha Theta. What is that? I'm not up to date with my... Hello? Oh, bollocks.
What am I hearing?
That's not good news.
That's... Run, run, run.
Oh, they rebranded? Damn, then I have a relic.
I'm gonna have my redemption.
There's a spider as well somewhere.
I'm literally so scared right now. Whoa!
Straight away.
I died to one already.
Hi.
Hi.
Do not go in there. I mean, I guess you can. You have 2 shovels. It's a nutcracker and a spider.
I'm not dying to another.
This way's the dead end.
How do I leave, please?
I think it's up these stairs.
If you want the nutcracker, it's upstairs. Yes.
Oh, it's upstairs?
Yeah, it's upstairs.
Here for them. Get the fuck out of here.
I don't know where the spider is, but they're up there.
Kill that spider first.
Run! He's angry.
Oh god.
Is he dead?
He's still mad.
Dead end.
Me when I'm radiant.
He's not mad anymore.
Whispers only silent. I think that Dawn Shell sucked. Except for Arkveld.
Yeah, Shaku.
I'm gonna play RuneScape again. I think it's just... Hey! You're so green! How the freak to get out of here?
Guessing it doesn't need to be reloaded, or that's it?
Oh, hello there.
Stop doing anything when I reload.
Oh! Oh!
Okay, that works.
Now it needs to reload.
Okay, it's gone.
Did you guys win?
Yeah.
Woohoo!
There's another
There's
one.
another one. Where is it?
Oh.
I don't know.
Oh. Oh. How do we get out of here, man?
Go back upstairs.
Okay. Oh.
Oh wow, you killed a nutcracker. Good job.
Yippee. What's that noise? Hey!
Nutcracker killed someone.
Oh. Yo, Caro Diablo. We have a bunch of Pioneer things downstairs. That's what Deadmau5 did. I mean, they didn't rename it though. Deadmau5 sold Mousetrap. which is not, I guess, equal to brand stuff like that. Creep 'em, oh man. I know Deadmau5 has his own like company that like rents out sound equipment. I wonder if he still has it, or if he sold that too. See. That does not. Oh. Good work out there. No way. Oh, we're broke. Just freak it all. '2024 Pioneer's parent company is called Alpha Theta Corp, so they made them the same name. I mean, I guess the name is kind of okay. I like Pioneer more though.
Thank you. When I left, there was a Chester winding.
Oh.
There is people inside, so I don't know. They might be dead.
He can't escape the facility at least, but
I don't know about people
Can I
inside.
come in?
Okay, some of them survived.
Well, we have a gun. I gave Red a gun because he wanted to go kill another nutcracker, but we have a gun. Plus an ammo, plus 2 loaded in this one.
Hell yeah.
Me and Chili tag team it.
Echo, what the fuck are you drawing?
Just, you know,
Doing right?
contemporary art.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah. Can we check if Red is okay?
Oh yeah.
Did you ever find that
So,
other
we decided going up.
I found a yes. I found a Chester.
I killed him.
Red, did you kill the other nutcracker?
Yeah.
Nice. Now we have 3 guns. Oh, did you put the safety on?
Yeah.
Safety's
I'm very
on.
good
Safety's
safety.
on. Amazing.
I missed my first shot, but I forgive myself.
It's okay. I have an extra ammo. Here you go.
Let's go.
So this should be 3 fully loaded shotguns.
Surely right.
We have 3 shotguns.
3.
But basically American.
Yeah, fully loaded. Ain't that beautiful? One we should definitely reserve to like kill nutcrackers specifically for the ammunition.
Okay, I go now. I need to.
Hey, little man.
Hi.
Thanks for gaming.
Thanks
Know
for
what they
gaming.
say, right?
What do they
Yeah.
say?
Good work on the
I
nutcracker.
fish.
And yet, I fish. Teach a man to fish, and he can't cook.
That is true, because you didn't teach him to cook.
Well, I couldn't say
Precise.
bye, but bye.
Oh.
Teach a man to cook, and he can fish.
Is it gonna sell the guns if we do sell all?
I don't think so, but maybe you should hold them just in
I don't wanna
case.
risk it. I don't wanna risk it. No, because even if we hold, it still sells. Like Chewy held something, it still sold.
Wait, did it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Took that prize right out of the hands.
Yeah.
I don't
Okay,
trust
then we'll
him.
just do a. We'll just hold, or no, we won't sell.
There was one time it stole a knife from me, and then another time it didn't, so I don't really know.
Oh. I don't know, cause I did sell all and I had the knife still, but yeah, let's not
I'm
risk
scared
it.
to lose the shotgun.
Yeah, if we want the goals.
Teach a man to cook.
Teach a man to cook.
Can't fish, but teach a man to cook.
Are we selling like physically everything?
Everything? Yeah.
Yeah. Why? Teach man to cook.
Teach man cook.
Not good. He died. Teach man cook, not starve. Cook and fish, starve not. You heard that
Yo,
before.
GG's Red 6.
I feel like I'm having an aneurysm by listening that.
Yeah.
I have a good feeling. I'm having a strong.
Bones not having a strong condolence.
Yeah, I be stroking all the time.
Me too.
Yeah, I bet.
Fish man. Silly strings. Fish man, fish, feed like
In this economy, are you guys serious?
But they're fun.
I just
I've
have
never
so
used
many
it
of those.
before.
Oh, really?
Busy in this economy.
I've never used them before, but they look so fun.
What happened to our car?
Yeah, what happened to
We have
our car?
We had a car?
I mean,
At one point.
I can't remember if we did or not. I'm buying another one.
Someone ordered it, I drove it.
I drove it and parked it.
Yeah.
Huh.
It has fucked up. Chewy, turn. Change your fucking battery.
Oh, Hubert.
Icon.
Sup?
Why have you thrown cheese into the wall?
I'm just a fan of cheese. You don't like cheese?
Yes.
I love cheese.
Someone evaporate Chewy.
Chewy, do you hate cheese? Is that it?
Suffering! Suffering!
Suffering! Should we buy anything?
I'm buying a boombox.
Sweet. Cheese.
I like cheese.
Gouda cheese. Oh, that's
Gouda cheese.
Gouda. I can't resize it no more. Why? Oh man. Oh man.
Oh, someone ordered something.
Oh my.
What the fuck?
Oopsie.
That was close. What the? Can you drive?
No. Where's the I don't remember where the buttons are.
Did you keep bumping me? Hey. Fine, we'll have to go the other way.
Where is it?
Huh?
Oh.
Where
What's
is what?
happening?
Oh, the lever's here.
What's happening?
Go on the wall.
Okay, I think because you stood on the hood, it keeps assuming that I was bumping into something.
What's happening?
Heckin' Americans. Gouda.
Have we ever considered that maybe everyone is handicapping everyone else, like during this gameplay?
I'm not quite the driver myself. Not with that
Everyone
one.
just dies because of other people.
Ellie, I swear to fucking God.
The greatest obstacle. Ourselves.
I'm trying to help.
You're not. I'm telling you to stop. You're not helping. You actively being sabotaging. Someone please pull the magnet. Thank you.
Oh.
What?
There we go.
Like a glove.
I'm helping you. I'm
Like
helping
a
you.
glove. Whoa.
Actively pushes me into a wall.
That was crazy.
Constantly nudging me into a wall.
Alright, we're leaving. Everybody on board.
Where's the boombox?
Oh yeah, true. Where's the boombox? Did you order it?
Yeah.
Oh.
Did nobody go grab it? Did no one grab it?
It's up there. Where the hell is
I
it?
think it's about that time for me to go.
Fine. Leave then. Fine, leave then.
Alright, bye.
Whatever.
Yo, GG. Oh, he's just gone.
Oh.
Okay.
But it's supposed to be an exchange thing. We keep telling him to go, he says no, and we keep telling him to leave.
Yeah,
he says no.
but he
like,
just-
it's
he
a
just
whole
left.
thing. It's a whole ritual. Like you gotta, like you know.
That just like totally
The whole
ruined my
thing.
vibes.
Yeah.
Now he has to come back and we have to do it. Seriously.
Yeah.
I mean, you can't see if I'm like kicking a rock on the ground. Just like shucks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh. Sweet Jiminy Crickets!
Hehe.
So,
You come here often?
I don't think come at all. It's just kind of, yeah.
Ah, antidepressants. I get it.
Yeah, yeah.
Actually, I don't get it. I'm sorry. I cannot
Oh.
relate.
When is Edge allowed to Microsoft come?
What you said?
Until we meet again.
Until we meet again.
Microsoft come.
Happy trails to you.
When is Microsoft Edge allowed to Microsoft come? Swedish woman who tried to kill me.
Ow! My spine! Time for dine, guys.
Wait, Dine?
What?
Oh.
It's a shitty planet where it's all feet and stuff.
What's your problem with feet? Yeah, yeah.
I like the tongue one. The tongue one is funny.
Oh, I don't like any of them.
Well, I can understand the heart one, but like the feet and the tongue?
The tongue one is floppy. I find it funny.
Of course.
Yeah, but like its only body part.
No,
I think-
found like
Someone has to go.
Look, how did I end up here?
Oh yeah.
Fine. Should I bring like a shotgun with me or something?
Could be a good play.
You say it might be a good plan. Like
Might be a
50
good
yards
plan.
from the fucking ship.
Dun dun. Oh snap.
Dylan's gonna hate this.
Yes. I got a bone to pick with you. Got a bone to pick with you. Ew. They're kind of like slobbery. Damn, what a shame I just had to leave. Well, I thought you didn't like this place. Probably the last quota for the day anyway. Hello? Oh my god. Holy smokes! Who is this? Right. Oh Jesus! The car! What the freak happened? Why do heck? Why do? They ruined it? It kind of does suck that it's pretty much exclusively body parts now, I will say. This is so weird. My entire, like, desk setup has changed a little bit. I say entire, but I moved the mixer to a different spot. And I moved the laptop underneath one of the monitors, so, like, I can see all of them. But it's just disorienting now. Can't believe that guy's moving to North Carolina. Just can't believe it. Of all places. Dude, I keep looking at these merch stuff. I need to stop. I get these notifications for certain, like, merch sales and drops. I'm like, it's so expensive. How am I gonna get $85 for that in this economy? Oh. I mean, a hoodie for 85 bucks is outrageous. But it is because it's custom artist, like, stuff. I guess. So, Northern Cal, huh?
Yeah.
Or... is it
Carolina.
Carolina. I said Cal. I'm like, that's California.
You did, but I was like, he meant the other thing, right?
Yeah, yeah.
I did live in Northern Carolina, or Northern California for a year. We're talking like Northern California. Like a redwood forest.
Oh, damn, the redwoods. That's kind of sick.
It was a town called Twainhart.
Whoa. Of all the places you lived, which one's your favorite?
Colorado, hands down. Not even close.
Colorado. I do hear good things.
So we were about a mile from the base of the Rockies.
Oh,
so
damn.
It was like, hey, we just want to go skiing for like the day. It was literally just like a day trip. Like we just drove there and drove back.
Huh.
The other thing that was really fucking nice was no, I need a ribcage. The air is really dry in Colorado. Like really, really dry. Which means allergies don't exist there.
Oh.
Yeah. That shit
But
rules.
the heat must suck.
It's a very dry heat, so it does get hot, but it's like the moment you're in shade, you're like, oh, this is great. This is immediately like not bad anymore.
Yeah, I went to FanFest, what was it, like 2 years ago? And I had to fly to Arizona first. And I literally just stepped outside of the airport and I thought I was gonna die. I've never dealt with like dry heat. And it was like extreme.
I find wet heat so much worse.
I mean, humidity sucks, yeah, but because humidity is like suffocating.
In Texas, you know, it'd be like 95 and like humid as balls. So like you get out of the car, just open the door and it's like stepping into the oven and it's just like, dude, this fucking blows.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it makes me wonder what humidity like Canada has. Oh, the dude's here. He's pissed. He's pissed. $80 for a hoodie isn't too bad, but it is. Oh. I'm cooked. I'm the target. I'm so dead. I'm so dead. I'm so dead.
Yeah. I'm excited for a few things. One, not gonna be on a lake, so less bugs.
I'm walking.
Say less bugs?
Yeah, so I live on a lake right now, right? Which just means a lot of bugs.
Yeah, you got the mosquitoes.
Yeah, it's awful.
What? Which hoodie? It's a dead mouse hoodie.
We gotta go somewhere else. I fucking hate dying.
Oh, I'm so dead!
Where?
Help!
Oh, what the fuck? No!
Did you get? Let's go!
Yeah, it wasn't after you, dude. It was after me.
That's crazy. You saved me. I owe you my life. Ribcage.
Do we want to go back to the entrance and get more, or because that will be a bodyguard?
Yes.
How many shots does it take to kill a giant?
I'm not sure. That I do not know. Oh. Is it working?
Don't fuck with me, bro. I'm a one day with a knife.
I shot like twice.
There's 2 rib cages left.
I'm going in. Yeah, it's a... Oh my god, why is he stomping? It's a dead mouse hoodie. It's called the Horde hoodie. It's like red. It's got a very simple dead mouse logo and a little bit of like text on the side. It's cool. Looks cool. But it's $85 or something like that. It's not. It's expensive. For an okay piece of hoodie merch. I don't know. I feel like typically these places don't have. It's not that expensive.
Damn, it got dark and shit at the end.
Alright, it's time to leave.
It's time to get out of here. We got everybody? Oh! Oh, Jesus!
That's everyone.
Oh my god.
What the fuck was that?
Oh, was that one of the trees hitting our car, maybe?
Oh, yeah.
I would assume
Is the
so.
car fine?
Oh my god!
Because it sounds like when you drive into a car or when somebody dies to a ghost girl.
Alright, come on, we gotta...
I don't
we
know
gotta...
what happened. Me.
Let's not go to dying. How about we
me
don't go to
You
dying?
wanna switch? We could swap, sure.
Yes, please.
Me and Radiant were fucking with the car. Radiant was like stuck at first. Then they jumped into the driver's seat, tried to start it, and boom.
Oh, Radiant, no. Oh, come here, Izuki. Oh, come here. Oh, poor Radiant. Oh. Poor thing. Where are we going?
Rend.
Oh, red.
I love snow. I actually don't. I hate snow.
I'm so ready.
I literally hate snow so much.
Honestly, that me too. It's pretty to look at, hell to deal with.
Yep. I'm designated John Shovelmeister. A mosquito. A mosquito. Bum-ba-dum. Bum-bum-bum-bum, ba-dum. Bum-bum-bum-bum, ba-dum. Bum-bum-bum. Hello? Housekeeping? A twain. A twain. I love twains. A tea kettle.
There's more tunnels down below I can see.
The tunnels. The tunnels.
Tunnel. I'm gonna go check them out. If I can open them. I can. I'm eating.
Where's that noise?
Beep. Cash register.
Oh. What the heck? Sweet. Sweet liberty.
Nah, this kid is done for.
I saw that.
This kid is done.
Okay.
Unless... Yeah, no, this kid is done. No, not this way. Oh, maybe this way, yeah.
Whoa.
No.
Choo-choo.
Choo 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 shabu. No! Yes! Yes!
Sad.
This one's locked.
At least to the same one.
Locked over here as well.
This one's locked.
Well, there's a lot in here. Got
Nice.
lamp, got toothpaste. Never mind, there's not a lot in here, that's it. That's end.
Oh.
Did someone grab the two items inside? I need to hold the shotgun. This one is locked.
Hello?
I'm thinking we should start going back with some stuff.
Agreed.
I'm gonna stay in the facility since I got a weapon. I need to protect.
Okie dokes.
Do you have a key on you, Ewan?
I don't. I normally do, but I didn't grab one this time.
Womp womp. Whoa.
Is Jenny doing this one?
Oh!
Oh my god.
I forgot I did that.
Happening this way.
Want to accept my ideas for names? What names?
So we basically just need a key for that door.
Nah, I'll go get one.
Hold door.
I'll come with to help with like transferring of items.
Oh. Money.
Money.
Bruland.
Money.
Yeah, have you
Wonder what
named
flavor
any
this
of your
toothpaste
characters
is.
memes?
Do you guys fuck with flavored toothpaste?
Yeah.
I've been tempted to high-key get like kids toothpaste almost that has like the funky flavors.
You know,
just for funsies. So I mix it in with like I to put a little glob of that and the normal toothpaste and I brush my teeth just to make it more enjoyable.
So
I fucking turned off the player. Fucking hate that shit.
Huh? Oh.
Sussy tomboy. No, it isn't.
Well,
You
I
rename?
thought adult toothpaste also have like fun flavors like marshmallow and whatever. Like
Because it's so.
as
they're-
kids.
Adults are so boring.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Or more like adult
I want
products.
funky flavored. I want funky flavored stuff.
Is Yulin
Like
dead?
high key. I went past like a exclusively kids clothing store.
That works.
And I saw like the cute clothes with like stars and all this shit on it, and I was like, oh my god, that's so adorable. Why can't we have that in an adult size? It's such bullshit. But they get cute stars and rainbows, and we get nothing like that. Makes me upset.
Oh.
It upsets me. I want stars. Stars are pretty. Stars are cute. Oh.
Stars are cute.
Stars. Wait. Where is Radiant? Oh, the tunnels. The tunnels. Oh, so what's up with that, man? You're not gonna name your monk Bruland?
No, that costs money.
Oh. Yeah, no, that's a good point.
I didn't make it as a brewmaster. It was made to be a Mistweaver, and it was for 2 years.
Wait, what are you dying? Oh. It blew out and it was like no signal. I'm like, I have to save Radiant. And then now you're here and your items are gone.
Why did I hear a old man laugh? Just
Oh, Mescon.
What the fuck?
Nice golf.
What the fuck?
Goodbye forever. Huh. Where exactly am I? Yeah. I want cheese. Oh. No! You can't find me in here. If you do, you're x-raying and you're a hacker. Ha! I knew that would happen.
There was a few enemies.
Oh my god! No!
Not the twin, Dave!
Yeah, there was a lot of crazy stuff out there. I would have died. I would have died to death.
As people usually do.
Yeah. Which is not a very healthy thing, so...
Everyone else is dead.
Alright. We're out of here.
That echo, holy hell.
This guy's x-raying for diamonds, you know? I did for a while in early Minecraft days. When the first they banned it, like the actual mod, so then they made a texture pack, which was essentially just x-raying, and I'm like, well... The good old days. But then I would use it to find people's bases, and I would, like, fill the bases with, like, lava.
You didn't grab the shotguns as I requested.
There was shot.
Me?
Yeah, I yelled at Aiko and DMs to grab the shotguns because they were at the elevator.
Oh, dang it!
Bruh.
There was 3 nutcrackers running around in there, by the way.
Yeah, I was in, like... I was in hostile territory. I was kind of scared.
Yeah.
We have no one.
What do you mean typical? What do you mean typical? What do you mean typical?
You are too stupid.
You're typical.
2 shotguns, no ammo.
Knife.
Bomba clap.
That is true. We do have knife.
We have 2 knives actually.
Sure.
Let's go.
Don't waste your time on me. You're already the voice inside my head.
It is getting pretty late.
Yes, this is probably the last quota.
Yeah. For me at least.
Probably for everyone.
Oh. I like it when it's not the mine.
No.
Sure. Yeah. Oh. I was just logging on. Yeah, skill issue, I guess.
You know the way out?
A way out. Uh-oh. This sounds like a good instance to leave.
A while ago, because I do have a train to catch tomorrow.
Train? I'm out of there. Oh, hell no. You ain't gonna catch me dead messing with no Jack in the Box. No food, no character, no enemy. Hell no. Whataburger. Radiant. Yoland.
Game's not fun when there's no risk.
Of rain?
No. Air was saying the jester can't leave.
Yeah. People were just mad because it would wipe everyone on the ship. No matter what.
Fuck them. They're babies. We gotta have risks in
I
this
agree.
game.
I was all for it. I was like, I don't listen. Beat
you
it.
Are the main. You are the main person here. You can decide.
When everyone starts
Not
whining
only-
like little baby children, I want to kill myself. So I typically
Not
just say I'm
only
gonna follow
am I
the rules.
directly calling them babies, I want you to name them so I can personally DM each one. No.
Error is one. All right. Big baby man.
What the fuck? I didn't.
Big complainer
complain
baby
about
man. We got
I didn't
Juvie,
fucking
big
complain
complainer
about
baby
them. What the
man. Chewy,
I don't
big
even know
complainer
what
baby
guys
man.
Arguing about.
Jack,
Jesus,
big
I
baby
complain.
man. I'm sniffing everyone.
I've never complained about the fucking thing.
And yeah, all the complainers. What is that? Oh, it's you. That's Jackery.
What am I doing?
I just heard a noise. I thought someone was outside.
Catch me outside, how about that?
Catch me outside, how about that?
Are you talking about the ticking? Because I hear that too.
No,
No,
that's
no,
a
no.
clock on the ground.
Yep, clock.
Clock.
No.
Class of clans.
I want pork fillet and squished roast potatoes and the appy sauce I can live without.
I did actually make some pork tenderloin today and some oven potatoes, so.
Hell, oh, oven potato.
Marinated that motherfucker for 2 days and eat it in the oven. Medium rare.
We had like, I don't even know what, I guess it was also pork loin, but it was in like gravy or something. I can't remember. It's pretty good.
Yeah.
It's pretty good.
And then just like don't overcook it so it stays juicy.
Homemade appy sauce. Couch potato.
I haven't made those. I've only made. Recently, I've only made some like marmalade and hot sauce, but not apple sauce.
Oh, I love hot sauce. Oh my god.
Yeah, I had like peppers and other like stuff lacto fermenting
Oh, that's a dumpy
a
though.
week and a half.
He big and
I found
angry.
Nothing but keys. This angers me.
Get your Who touched my penis?
I want orange chicken.
Not me.
We're flying out of here.
This is
Wait, where's Radiant?
manifest. Dead one.
Radiant, are you? Oh, okay, good. It's kind of funny. The like out of order sign for me looks like. The out of order sign kind of gives off like fanny pack vibe, and I love it. Yeah.
Couch potato.
Kick, bro.
Oh, you lazy little guy. Oh, you lazy dude.
Are we selling now? Yeah.
We are selling.
Where's the spray can?
We are selling. We are selling. We're not gonna sell all because I assume there's stuff we want to keep, right?
I thought
Where's
this
there
was
not?
At this point, the shotguns are
It
not
is,
even like useful
but-
because they're fucking empty.
Depending on, I don't think I'm gonna add more mods for next time, so we're just gonna continue off this.
Fireball shells.
Oh yeah,
If it
true. Yeah, shotgun shells.
If it works.
Yeah.
If it
yeah.
works.
Yeah.
How
Okay,
about
so
you try sell all and see if the guns disappear because they're empty anyway, so they're useless.
checking.
Actually, let me check.
Oh, I already sold all.
Yeah, no, they're empty.
Okay, so the shotguns
they're
don't
still
sell.
Your work keeps the company happy.
Did anything sell that someone wanted?
No, I don't think.
Where's my spray can?
Wait.
Where did my spray can go?
I lost
never mind, it's in tab.
fucking.
Okay.
I think everything's fine.
My flashlight disappeared from my hand, probably. But maybe.
Okay, as long as the shotguns are good.
Yeah. I think that's good place to end then.
Yep. That'll do it for today.
Yep.
Get on board. We're out of here. What were you selling something? Oh, what'd you sell?
Yeah, no, I'd put some stuff. I'd put like a bunch of masks there.
Oh, cool.
They were in transit when we hit the sell all, so they were like a little weird.
Kirby.
Yeah.
Kirby!
Hello, Kirby.
Use our penis real quick.
Okay.
Let's see.
Let me show the method of the fast way. Hold on, let me show the method of the fast way.
Squidward.
You know what's crazy?
My dude.
That vine was 10 years ago.
Was that
Which
fast?
vine?
Yes?
No.
That
It's
fast?
Wednesday, my dudes.
Yeah.
Oh,
Aiko. Aiko.
Hello.
Do you want to see the fast way of drawing
That
a
is
dick?
pretty.
Yes.
Hello, Restoration. I am
Dick strats.
currently starting to end soon. Are you
See if I
still
remember.
continuing Overwatch or you've been playing for a long time?
Whoa, it's like infinity.
You might be it.
This is metagaming.
What the fuck has happened here?
I learned it when I was bored in
A bit
MVM.
more. Okay. I'm gonna join.
MVM is classic. Yeah.
What the fuck is this shit? Okay.
Penis! Sorry.
But yeah,
I'm
no. So
flying.
yeah, I will
Get
leave
on
now,
board.
so I go. Bye bye.
Goodbye.
Where's the Polish? There,
Let's leave,
there's the
please.
Polish.
Hold.
Bye bye. Yeet. Kurwa.
What?
Polish.
I am Polish.
You're Polish.
I'm sorry.
You're Polish.
I'm sorry that I'm Polish and all I know is Helveti.
No, it's cool. It's cool. Pierogi or something. Or something.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, we're talking. Now we're
I know
talking.
Finland also has pierogi, but
I'm pulling the plug. Well, guys,
Pivo.
it was good fun while it lasted.
Pivo.
Pivo, yes, yes, yes. I need like 5 billion of those right now. On guard,
That
no
was my
cap.
boyfriend's suggestions.
Hey, put that down.
Balkan, you should know something.
Hey. Why you did this?
Balkan? I thought he was English.
He
Look at how he
grew up in England, but both his parents are Albanian.
Oh, Albany.
Albany?
Oh, Albany.
Albany.
Wow.
Alright, I'm gonna head out.
Yep, GG's, thanks for playing. Peace, everybody. Thanks for gaming. We'll be back in 7 weeks.
Bye-bye. High fives. Good
GG's,
job
high
today.
five.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, you two. Good job, everybody.
Bye-bye, Aiko.
GG's, goodbye. I'm gonna smoke like 6 packs. Do it. Oh. Why? Why can't I die? Dude, Aaron, thanks for the raid, bruh. Thanks for that raid. Like, totally, thanks for the raid, like, seriously. Thanks for the raid there. Like, for reals. I didn't know you were doing the stream. I could have added you to the stream together. I think I asked when you weren't in the lobby yet. I don't even know, dude. Like, seriously. I was doing Wednesday? Okay, I'll keep that in mind. I like 6 packs. Yeah, I'm gonna smoke like 7 packs right here, right now, just right now. Soggy! Thanks you guys for playing today. I hope you enjoyed the stream, and the session, and the fun. I hope it was a good time for everybody. Unfortunately, it's time for me to go out and smoke 8 packs, and drink a couple more coffees, and probably die. Who's streaming? Where are the streamers at? Oh. Well, what the hell? I liked it. Trogdor, honestly, I'm gonna be so honest with you. I just don't like you anymore. Yeah, it's really easy for Aiko to smoke 8 packs of cigarettes because he never lights any of them. Yeah, it's true. I just put in my mouth and just never light them. Yeah, that's pretty true. Yeah, it's pretty true. This Trogdor guy is unbelievable. I believe you. He pisses me off, man. Arlo's coming in with the raid as well. Why is everyone raiding in? I'm literally ending the stream. I'm out of here, you know? He doesn't know what he did. He doesn't have to know. It's Trogdor. Tobacco. Toes. Toes. Yes. Yes. Yummy. Very good. All right. I'm done. And there's only one person that we can really truly raid after this pinnacle of a stream, this experience. Guys, thanks for hanging out today. Hope you all enjoyed the lobby. We'll play again soon. Probably in like 2 weeks-ish. As long as I have the scheduling. I'm gonna be rating my favorite streamer, personally. Right here. This is my favorite streamer. She streams all the time. Practically 24-hour streams every single day. It's quite crazy. Yeah. She's really good at her streams. She loves Final Fantasy XIV. And sometimes she really loves RuneScape. So go say what's up. Big GG's. Have a good rest of your day. Have a good weekend. Have a good 2 weeks if I don't see you until the next, next session. Be sure to follow my social don't Discord. If you're not those already, I'd greatly appreciate it. That's all I got. Dude, that's like all I got, dude. So like, yeah, that's pretty much all I got. Wait, I gotta fix up my end screen. Can I get it before the stream, before the raid goes through? Is this the right one? It is. Oh, snap. All right, peace.